Welcome, Facebook friends and family, all of our streaming partners. I'm Love Coach Scott Catamas, and we're back. And we're back with a very, very special edition of Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. We've got Mark Sims as our co-host. You're going to meet Mark and hear a lot from Mark tonight. And we are all about the Harmonic Convergence 2020. It's happening. Today was day 7 of this 10-day event, all leading up to something very extraordinary. And already extraordinary things are happening. You're going to hear from amazing speakers, and wait until you hear the musicians that we have lined up today. I want to thank all of our streaming partners, Unify, Unity, Awake TV, New Realities TV, Earth Dance Global, and you, all of you who choose to stream us on your Facebook page, your group page. So please, we really appreciate how many of you are sharing our Saturday Night Alive with your friends and family. It's really, really exciting. So I'm looking forward to moving forward with the show. And I am now going to turn it over to my producing partner, an extraordinary woman, Debra Guisti.
Hi, thank you so much, Scott, and welcome so much for all of you attending to what is now our 14th show. We've been producing this every Saturday night since the lockdown, and we keep hearing it's being such a bright light to so many thousands of people during these very challenging but highly evolutionary times. And we are beginning in a new time tonight, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., so we can invite our East Coast Global Peace Tribe community to come in at an easier time. And as Scott said, this is a special edition of the Harmonic Convergence, preparing for ET contact and creating universal harmony. And for those of you who aren't aware, this has been going on July 5th to 14th. And the goal of the Harmonic Convergence is to collectively raise consciousness, planetary stewardship, lifting humanity into a deeper resonance, coherence, world peace, and universal peace. And so we have an amazing broadcast with a lot of the luminaries, the musicians that are in support of this and that have been part of this. Unify is a big part of this and has been broadcasting this, and you can continue to watch this 24 hours a day. We'll put the link in the chat room on the Harmonic Convergence website. And tonight we have Mark Sims, we have Daniel Sheehan, we have Mary Wadwell, Patrick Cronifley of Unify, Celestine Starr, Craig Campabasso, Shauna Fay, Willard Van de Bogart, and we have also amazing musicians, Olax, Andrea Brooks of Sonic Butterfly, Jamie Deva, and we brought back the amazing comedian magician, Heather Rogers, who we totally love. So continue to invite friends. If you want to join us on Zoom, you can type in Google Global Peace Tribe, and that will get you to our website where you can join us on Zoom if you like. And if you stick around to the end of the show at 9 p.m., we do community connections, where if you're on Zoom, you can actually come on and give your own 1-minute share of your experience right now of harmonic convergence, or whatever you want to share that's deep in your heart to share with the community. And that will happen right as the show ends at 9 o'clock. And we have, we produce this in the spirit of the new paradigm. And we use the spirit of the global gift economy, meaning we're sharing this broadcast with you for free. And we invite you to share back with us on our GoFundMe page any amount that you would like to offer. This helps us continue the broadcast in the future. But what we also do, we take a big portion of that money that you give us and we give it back to community, to various nonprofits or people in need. That in turn supports the community to be healthier, because those nonprofits really serve our community. And so the gifting economy just keeps rippling and rippling. And we'll share more about that with you later. We'll put the link to the GoFundMe in the chat box, but also you can just in Google type GoFundMe and Global Peace Tribe and you'll get that. And this time we are doing a very special nonprofit, Care for Nepal, which supports children and families in Nepal. And now I want to introduce a very special man who is our co-host. and he is the executive producer of the Harmonic Convergence. We're going to hear a lot more about him, and he's going to share more, but I just want to bring him on to say hi and share his love with you now. Mark Sims.
Thank you, Debra. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this special edition of Saturday Night Alive. So many of you here are very near and dear to my heart, especially my co-hosts and the guests that are going to be featured. I love you all dearly, and I'm just thrilled. My heart is bursting with love and joy to be here in this moment. This has been 5 years in the making, this event. And when I first started doing this, I had no clue where to begin. But with the help of Tezjbar and with the help of God and all of the beings, the higher dimensional beings that have been there supporting me, this has now happened. And I only am able to do this because I have had so much support. And many of you here I consider my fellow Earth angels. So thank you, Debra. And let's enjoy this evening.
Thank you, Mark. And we're going to hear a lot from Mark, and he's also going to lead us on a very special meditation. This began just as a fundraiser for our friend Fantuzzi about 3.5 months ago, and it's grown and grown and grown. And people are now watching from all over the world. And I'm really excited about who you're about to meet. You're about to meet Olax. And because today is all about tuning in, connecting to higher vibrations, to alternate energies, even to extraterrestrials. And so it's perfect that we have Olax with us. They're the creative union between Andreas and Zarina. It's a fusion of heart rhythms and electronic sounds mixed with ethnic songs from their native people from Siberia, characterized by animal, bird, and deep nature vocals. Zarina was born in one of the most remote and cold places in the world, the Republic of Sakha-Yutia, that's in Arctic Siberia. She was 3 years old when she started to learn the language of the birds and the animals. Her voice takes its breath from her traditional culture, and truly her voice is an instrument. She's the creator of the Arctic Beatbox, which combines reindeer breath, and she's also the author of Neo-Shamanic Healing. You're going to meet her in just a minute. Her partner, Andreas, was born to a Greek-Armenian family of healers and musicians, and he was 4 years old when he first started to play the drums. He's the creator of a unique drumming technique where one person can become a multi-instrumentalist, and his vocals are rooted in ancient Armenian singing, mugham, and also Tibetan bon chanting. So they are going to bring to you such a unique sound, and how perfect to have their unique sound on a time that we are tuning in to other cultures and other worlds. So it's my pleasure to turn it over to Olax. Welcome.
Hi everyone. Each of beautiful soul beings here in the global earth. Andreas and Zarina, Olax, would like to express our gratitude to Scott and to Debra for invitation, being a part of your beautiful community. And before we start our traditional greeting song, Toyuk, as Scott introduced, I was born in the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia, which is in the Arctic Siberia. So I would like to introduce a little bit the shamanic culture, what we have in my homeland in Sakha Republic. It's probably the most ancient culture in the world. And the shamans, they are healers of the people and nature. And The word shaman came from our culture, from Tungu's word. It means saman, the person who knows. And so usually we, Andres and I, we play music using the singing technique of my people and the shamanic techniques. And the whole concert, what we usually do, it's like the whole shamanic ceremony. But in our concerts and workshop, we try to explain to people who are the real shamans and who are the artists and dancers and storytellers and very, very talented people and healers. So I call them neo-shamanic people. So neo means new. It's a new way of shamanism. And Andres and I, we have created Olox as a bridge between our ancestors' wisdom and modern life. And it's a neo-shamanic genre. And we are going to several dimensions through the sounds. And my ancestors, they knew, especially the shamans, they knew how to work with the transition from one realm into another through the sound. And I would like to start from Tayuk. It's a traditional greeting song. And I'm going to use a special singing technique called the huff. And Andres also, he's going to sing a throat singing, and we're going to use only djembe. So it's just the only voice and drum.
Wow. What an extraordinary blessing. What an incredible way to start this show. You know, I want to acknowledge that some of you may not know that they are finalists on America's Got Talent. So they're used to playing to however many thousands of people in that Kodak Theater. And so for you guys to just drop in with us, so just know that there's thousands listening, and we're really appreciating your exquisite, unique sound and the blessing that you gave us to begin this show. And we're going to have 2 more performances by Olax. So definitely stick around tonight, and maybe we'll hear a little bit more about what it's like to go from Siberia to America's Got Talent. Quite a different, talk about different realities. And now to really talk about different realities, my partner Debra is going to introduce Mark.
Well, next I get to introduce a truly amazing man. Mark is a serial entrepreneur, computer scientist, engineer, and truly by divine order, he is the executive producer of the Harmonic Convergence 2020 taking place right now. He has successfully developed many major technology businesses, and he became a champion amateur ballroom dancer and competed throughout North America. But in November of 2012, Mark had a spiritual awakening while he was attending a CE5 ambassador training led by Dr. Stephen Greer. And with that, he had a deep connection and transmission from a multidimensional being, Tezjbar, and has now just released a book, 13 Days with Tezjbar. And with that amazing experience, he was informed that there was a very special alignment happening at this time. And being a very grounded, successful entrepreneur and scientist, he did the due diligence to find out what was really happening at this time and found out, yes, this was really true. This was a very special time, similar to the harmonic convergence that happened in the 80s. And that led him on a 5-year journey to create what we are all experiencing right now as the Worldwide Harmonic Convergence 2020. He's a man of immense heart and love, and we're so happy to support and partner with him on this show. So thank you, Mark. And I'd like to introduce Mark Sims.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Before I get into my story a little bit and introduce my background, I'd like to ask that Scott and Deborah please keep me aware of the time. I forget how much time I have right now. Can you give me some idea what?
Yeah, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, so I have 10 minutes. Okay, great.
That does include the 2 minutes of that, Mark, is to show the harmonic convergence video. So actually 8 minutes per channel.
Okay, great. So the 2-minute introductory campaign video is what we called it, which was our launch of the Harmonic Convergence 2020 event. That story begins with my face-to-face contact experience that was initiated after 5 days of meditating in the desert with Dr. Stephen Greer and 24 other people. On the 5th evening, a ship appeared above our group, and I saw this object. I'm not sure if it was a ship, but I assumed it was. It materialized out of thin air, and then rapidly, as quickly as it had appeared, it went away, dematerializing before my very eyes. And I knew the moment that I saw that my reality was forever changed, because hold on here, I'm getting a call from someone on Facebook. I'm going to have to turn off my okay, that should take care of that.
Does it say ET phone home? Just to...
Yeah. Phone ET, hashtag phone ET is our new hashtag to promote the Harmonic Convergence and the 14th of July, coming up in just 3 days. And that is our attempt to carry out an experiment in global human consciousness, to invite our star family to show themselves to the world for the first time. And if successful, it will have the same effect on the world that it had back in 2012 on the evening of November 15th, when I saw that ship appear for the first time, because it transformed me instantly when I knew without any doubt that the answer to the burning question I had was that, yes, we are not alone. They are right here, and they're among us. And so when you realize that, it's a big paradigm shift. And it took me quite a while to integrate that experience that was initiated by seeing the ship. And then just a few hours later, in the privacy of my hotel room, I tried doing the meditation alone in an attempt to summon an extraterrestrial entity into my room in an attempt to make contact. And it worked. And that began a communion with a being named Tezjbar, who appeared at the end of my bed as a being of light. And after a short greeting, he literally merged with my body. And in this state of communion, we spent 13 days communicating through these different modalities of consciousness, what I like to think of dimensions of consciousness, including telepathy, initially, dialogue that involved the two of us communicating without verbal communication. We hear about this all the time from contactee stories, and I indeed experienced this in my first communication with Tezjbar. But that quickly evolved into these additional dimensions of consciousness that involved downloads. All of a sudden, asking a question and getting a answer in the form of a download of information that I had to integrate. It wasn't just a sudden knowing. It was like being given a plate of food that I had to devour one bite at a time to integrate it into my awareness, into my brain. And that process initially took some time to, consume the food, chew it, and integrate it. And I had to do that. It might have taken me a few minutes to get the complete download integrated into my mind. But over time, over this 13 days, that process became more and more efficient to the point where I got downloads and was able to integrate them very quickly. And then another mode of dimension of consciousness in which we communicated was one in which I literally experienced a higher dimensional consciousness where I'm above the 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional space-time that we experience, where I'm removed from this subset of a higher dimensional reality, and I'm taken above it, and I'm able to see these other dimensions that represented other timelines in which I was alive, it turned out, in past lives. It was similar to what you would call a past life regression, the kind of thing that Dolores Cannon promoted through her form of telepathy, or not telepathy, hypnosis she had, for those of you that know Dolores Cannon. But my experience with Tezjbar's help allowed me to experience someone else's life as though I were in their body. And the benefit of that is not just feeling and seeing what they're seeing, but knowing what they're thinking and understanding what their life was like up to that crucial moment that I was experiencing. So Tezjbar took me through some experiences that at the time I didn't understand were actually past lives of mine, in which I would, in a couple of cases, I lived the last few moments of my life. And these were, incredibly powerful moments in which I found myself about to be executed. And I suddenly was aware of who I was and why I was in this situation and what was about to happen to me. And that was another amazing experience that allowed me to understand the nature of the soul's development through reincarnation, this modus operandi of evolving through many lifetimes to learn and to teach us and hone us into higher spiritual beings. And that is, I believe, the process we're all on this planet. And I like to think of this planet as a factory, a soul factory, in which all life is involved in a process of evolution, in which we are growing on this planet, individual souls that end up becoming human. And from there, we continue this process beyond. So in my book, 13 Days with Tezjbar, I shared these 13 days in communion with Tezjbar and the things that I learned and some of the amazing knowledge I gained that I am ready to share with the world. And so that's what the book's about. Now, Debra mentioned that I have published the book. It's actually not published yet, but in a few days it will be available for pre-order on my website, marksims.com. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Scott, and he can play the launch campaign, or the campaign launch video, the 2-minute video that explains the harmonic convergence. So here we go.
33 years after the 1987 harmonic convergence, the world is a very different place.
Um,
Well,
TH,
go ahead, Scott. Why don't you take your time and cue
I
up
got
that? Okay.
there we go. Oh, where'd it go? Well, you know what? Go ahead. Introduce just a little bit about it for a moment.
Okay. So this harmonic convergence is the consequence of a vision that I received from Tezjbar 2 times back in early 2015. I do a daily meditation in which I sing a note called the hue, which I learned from a spiritual leader and that Tezjbar introduced me to. And I began doing the hue as part of a daily spiritual exercise that involved meditation. And it was after this hewing for a while that I received a vision in which I visualized a global meditation for promoting world peace, and that I was being asked to organize this event. And being an entrepreneur of many businesses and understanding how to build teams that work towards a common goal for business, I believe I was recruited to organize this event, even though I had done nothing like it. So this all began back in 2015, and I've spent the last 5 years of my life trying to figure out how to do this. And because of the wonderful people I have been led to meet, including Debra, one of the key people who was involved in this, and there are many others of you here. Danny Sheehan was one of the first people that I met to discuss my experience and its meaning, and he as well helped me put together a plan. Thank you, Danny. Here you are. I love you as a brother, and he's a very dear friend. I consider him a member of my family. He indeed is a member of my family, and I love him dearly, and his wife Sarah dearly, and their 2 sons, Dagan and Danny Paul. So they've had a lot to do with helping me and inspiring me and supporting me over the past 5 years to do this. So if you're ready, Scott, go ahead and
yeah,
let's watch it.
I am ready, but I just want us to take a moment. I'm going to put the spotlight on Mark for a minute. And I want us, whether you're at home watching, all of our friends on Zoom, we've got thousands of people watching in the webinar room. But just look at this man and really think about what he's done. 5 years of his life. And frankly, people who thought maybe he's gone crazy, including people that were close to him. The extraordinary amount of time, money, devotion to follow a dream. And I just want us all to take a moment and just say maximum grace and appreciation for Mark Sims. Maximum grace and appreciation for Mark Sims. Maximum grace and appreciation for Mark Sims.
Wow, you're going to make me cry.
Just receive it, brother. Just breathe it in.
I feel it. I feel all of your love and support, and I'm so grateful. I need it, and it's been quite a journey. I've learned a lot. I have no regrets. It's been both very difficult and incredibly wonderful. And as a consequence, I'm very proud of my path and the way I've conducted myself with such integrity and dignity through this process when I've been accused of being crazy, bipolar. I was institutionalized soon after my experience back in 2012. I spent 20 days in the psychiatric ward of the University of Michigan Hospital because I was very naive and told the doctors that were interviewing me, giving me a psychiatric evaluation, that I had merged with a light being named Tezjbar, and he was in my body at that moment. And I was very naive, and I said, would you like to ask him a question? And that resulted in me being what's called 5150, or involuntarily committed. And they claimed that I was a harm to myself or possibly others, when there was no evidence whatsoever of such a thing. I was not suicidal. I had not threatened anyone. I was in this very blissful place. I was just so amazed and happy to know that we're not alone. And I was learning all this amazing history about our planet and about the beings that were involved in creating life on this planet, including us. The story is so beautiful. I cannot imagine a more beautiful, epic story than the story of our planet, of Earth, and of us humans. We are not just a product of Darwinian evolution. We are also a product of divine and ET managed evolution. They have created us. And there's a reason why they've done it. That's amazing and beautiful. And I can't wait to share that full story with you.
Thank you, Mark. You know, I just want to say to anybody out there watching, because with thousands of people watching, and I know many of you are contactees, experiencers, have had extraordinary interdimensional experiences, and have also been shunned or had to go through that kind of pain. May Mark serve as a positive role model for us. And so with that, I am going to show the right video this time. It's just a 2-minute video that gives you an idea of the amazing thing taking place all around Harmonic Convergence 2020.
From July 5th to 14th, a historic experiment is taking place around the world. A global meditation to invite peaceful extraterrestrials to show themselves with thousands of lightships across the sky. Just a window in time, a planetary alignment will create an opportunity for us to unite and envision a bright future for our planet. This 10-day event will bring humanity together in this time of unprecedented change to rise up and unify. Indigenous cultures and prophecies have told us of star beings standing with us, ready to help and support our transition to a better future. The Harmonic Convergence 2020 will bring together elders, leaders, artists, and experts to guide us through a transformational journey. The last day will culminate in a global meditation to make contact with our universal family. The impact of this collective experience could usher in a new era of unity, love, and reverence for all life. It is time for us to step up and take action to shape the future of this planet. We are human, and we are not alone.
So I've frozen it there just because you can still register at harmonicconvergence2020.org. You can still register there to, follow up, because a lot's going to be going on over the next few days and beyond the next few days. So if you haven't registered, if you haven't given your email address to Mark's incredible team, go to Harmonic Convergence, that's 2 C's, harmonicconvergence2020.org. And now to learn even more from a direct contactee, Debra's going to tell you all about her.
And how perfect now to introduce an amazing woman who has been in connection with her galactic family since a child. So there's lots of us that have gone through this experience. Celestine Starr has been called a Renaissance woman for evolutionary times, which she possesses profound knowledge, wisdom, and expertise in so many fields. She's a grandmother wisdom keeper. She's a mystic, a metaphysician, alchemist, ceremonial priestess, speaker, author, transformational healer. She has just recently published her book on the Galactic Earth Council, and she's a very dear soul sister of mine. So I'm so happy to present and confirm Mark's reality, Celestine Star.
Blessings to you all. Thank you, Deborah, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you, Scott. I'm just so happy to be here on this day. This is our 10th anniversary of our Galactic Earth Council being in direct contact as a group with our ultra-terrestrial starkin, both up in the Skywatch and in our daily lives. So I'm so excited to be here and share with you. I'm grateful to be here with my brothers and sisters. Mark, I love you. And to Willard von Bogart, who is here. He's the co-producer of the original Harmonic Conversion. Dear friend, 1987, here we go. Love you, all the way from Thailand. You know, thank you for being here. And all the luminaries. I just am so excited to see you all here. If I don't mention you by name, it's because we have to keep going, and I love you very much, Danny Sheehan. You've been out in the field with us, and so we miss you coming out with us tonight. Thank you so much. So it's been a long road, this 33 years, and worth every second, every moment. It's brought me to this point, along with millions now who have and are still holding the knowledge and the vision of Earth and humanity evolving to a higher form of being. I acknowledge each of you here tonight. I want to acknowledge each of you here tonight. And as I've said in a song I wrote about 10 years ago, you are the awakened hope for humanity. While there is confusion and fear and great loss throughout the world, through it all, there's an awakening happening. And that's by sheer grace. And I heard for the first time yesterday, a heartbeat. It was a heartbeat born of the earth. In that moment, I knew it was a steady, strong heartbeat of humanity rising in consciousness. The light is upon us. So if you listen very carefully, you can hear that heartbeat. It is ours. It is the heartbeat of a new humanity on earth. And we are of peace, love, beauty, balance, and harmony. We are in tune and aligned with nature and creation. Our time has come. Believe that it is here. Together, we are enabling our species to move forward through the gateless gate into a future beyond our wildest dreams. For I have been across the river. I have been to the higher dimensional fields, and I'm here to tell you that it is more glorious than you can ever imagine, that it could ever be spoken. As our resonant field rises, our third dimension drops away, and we are now interfacing with the dimensions of our own star brothers and sisters. This is why we are able to consciously see them, be with them, because we are rising into their dimension. That is one of the things. And you can look into this scientifically through the Schumann resonant field. You will notice that it is 100, and it used to be at 7.83. Modulates between 110 and 60. But I stand with you all. And, you know, as we are in this birthing canal, I'd like to offer on behalf of the Galactic Star Federation and the High Spiritual Council an encoded transmission directly from Tanandor, the representative that works with me. Greetings from the High Spiritual Council, the Galactic Federation, and Star Confederation. We are honored and in gratitude for the communication system to be open. We now offer knowing of great importance to assist in the elevation of consciousness for all of your humanity and for your planet Earth. The Simprith, or divine plan of the Radiant One, is unfolding in this moment of time and space. The divine plan is the reintegration of humanity with your starkin, as we call those of a galactic intelligence and are not embodied in a human biological embodiment. The Simprith has been in the process of unfolding since the shift in your Earth's magnetosphere that took place during the testing of your atomic and nuclear devices 60 years ago in human time and space. We of the High Spiritual Council have been in direct contact with the totality of your humanity, offering the highest vibrations of love and balance, harmony and truth. The Radiant One modulates these vibrational frequencies to accommodate each of you individually and accelerates the awakened unfoldment of consciousness for those who are ready to fully embrace and utilize these frequencies and encoded transmissions for the elevation of their soul, spirit, and consciousness. You are human seed consciousness, incarnated galactic intelligence in a human signature form or biological embodiment, each with a function and a quality, revealing the deeper expression of what the sourcial creator, the Radiant One, has gone through or is going through in its existence. We're moved to appear, commune, and communicate with you by the grace of the Radiant One. And we're going out tonight. They work with me for 28 days, kind of the moon cycle, but they move by the grace of the Radiant One. In preparation to commune and communicate with them with our interdimensional beingness, I'll repeat that, in preparation to commune and communicate with our interdimensional beingness, it is well to begin opening the inner love within each of yourselves, as this inner love is the direct connection to the Radiant One, your source of creation. The Radiant One impulses the prima ultra's intelligence in relationship to nature and the interdimensional intelligence of the High Spiritual Council. It is through your inner love and level of consciousness that we come forth to commune and communicate with your beingness. Ask for our presence if that is what you need. Wait for the impulse to come into your inner love chakras. Know we will then begin the working and preparation to meet you. Your level of consciousness and ability to be in the presence of those of galactic intelligence will be measured and considered. If you are in a grouping, the measurement of the whole grouping is taken into consideration in what would occur when called forth to commune and communicate with your beingness. We of the High Spiritual Council and the whole of the Star Confederation are of great elation in knowing your Earthkin will become once again a part of the greater cosmos and the cosmic intelligence of creation. Your intention, quality, purpose, and function is honored in the highest. We support your humanity in your great awakening. We leave you now in the highest frequency of love and divine intelligence. Glory in the light of the Radiant One. So that's just a love drop. And we're heading out now to go celebrate 10 years in the field and also in our home of a very beautiful group of people. Debra is a part of that, so I want to kiss you, Debra, and say it's been a wonderful journey on the road with the Galactics. And so I just want to say the veil is dropping, and this is the turning of the wheel. This is the absolute turning of the wheel. They've shown me the vision. I saw the vision back 20 years ago, and this is the moment for everyone to step outside. They don't even have to be outside. You could be in your home and they can appear, as Mark described. Just be present and realize we are turning the wheel of time. Once we turn the wheel and we say, okay, we accept the Galactics, it's a part of our life, then we have things that they can offer. Please step out and give them permission to help us with the coronavirus. That's step one. If we give them permission, then they can step forward. I send you my love, my bliss, my eternal gratitude, glory in the light of the Radiant One, and thank you, Scott and Debra. Thank you.
Thank you, Celestine. And I'm just putting up on the screen for a moment, for those of you in the Bay Area, if there's still room, Celestine's going to be leading a Sky Watch on Tuesday night, this Tuesday night, July 14th, which is a very special night. You're going to be hearing a lot about that in the next hour or two. So for more information, you can text, if you want to sign up for her global news, text in capital letters galactic to 22828. And that's how you can connect with Celestine.
And do you have just that one picture that we wanted to show of the galactic ships?
Yeah, why don't you describe it? It'll take me just a second to bring it up.
I appreciate that. I think a picture would say a thousand words.
All right, I got it here, and we'll pull it up in a second.
Scott puts this up. I just want to say that what we're presenting to you is a commander of a galaxy ship. When we go out, we don't always see galaxy ships, but this manifested very similar to what Mark was saying. They just appear. If you'll notice, there are 3 galaxy ships stepped right next to each other. The very fineness of each one, and it modulates all the way back the ships that come. His whole fleet, he brought his whole fleet in for us. And he just said, the time is now, we are here, we give love. They no longer have to veil because we're a part of their resonant dimensional field. And so please take this as our divine love, and they send their blessings to all of us. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome. Thank you, Celestine. And I'm turning it back over to Debra to introduce our next speaker, which will be Jim Seymour, our astrologer. And Debra, we can't hear you.
All right, thank you. So we thought we should bring a very experienced astrologer on to really share what's going on in the sky right now and tell us about this alignment that Mark was able to get information from and document himself. So Jim Seymour has been an astrologer for many, many years, and he's joined us on the broadcast here and become part of our community. So we asked him to share his wisdom of what he sees is going on here in the July 5th through July 14th window, and especially July 14th. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Debra. Thank you, Scott, Jay Mayer, Fantuzzi, Lindsay, Mark, everyone who's a part of this. It's a real joy. I'm very excited. I'm very nervous, but in a good way. There's so much to say, but I wanted to focus on a couple of really amazing alignments that Tezjbar picked out because of the 14th. It's very significant. On November 1st, 1977, an astronomer in the United States discovered an asteroid and they named it Chiron. Chiron is one of the Centaur asteroids. And many books have been written about Chiron. Chiron's been called the wounded healer. And Chiron in ancient times was also an astrologer. And when the appearance of Chiron was heralded in the sky, a zeitgeist descended to the earth on healing. And 1977 saw a huge burst of alternative therapies, Eastern philosophies really taking root with Shirley MacLaine and Out on a Limb, and all these different things were starting to really bubble. 15 days after the discovery of Chiron, Steven Spielberg released probably the greatest message to the world about the reality, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It influenced hundreds of millions of people around the world and opened their hearts to this reality. Chiron orbits between the orbit of Saturn, which represents structure and crystallized form in the material reality. Saturn is the Chronos, he's the keeper of time. And I heard Celestine talking about turning the wheel of time, right? Well, Chiron is the rainbow bridge between the crystallized material structures and limitations of 3D reality that Saturn represents, and builds a consciousness bridge to Uranus, who represents freedom and liberation from confining consciousness. So Chiron is extremely important in our evolutionary process, and tonight exactly conjunct with Mars, the sacred spiritual warrior, the inner divine masculine, in the sign of Aries tonight at 9 degrees, some 36 minutes. Aries deals with our identities, like who do we identify with? What is our race? And the other incredible alignment happening tonight is the sun sweeping down through the sign of Cancer and forming an opposition to the Jupiter-Pluto conjunction in the sign of Capricorn. And Capricorn rules governments, big multinational corporations, banking, the military, and huge bulwarks of power on the planet. And back in December, there was a massive conjunction of 4 planets in Capricorn, and it heralded the coronavirus. And now, 6 months later, the sun has come around. Summertime, it's Cancer time. Cancer represents our ancestral wisdom, hierarchies of knowledge that come down through our ancestors, right? Cancer is the wellspring of nurturing and our home, our concept of family, of tribe, a concept of clan and kin. So Chiron is communicating with this powerful opposition from Cancer to Capricorn. And it's like back in December when the coronavirus first erupted in Wuhan, China, it was the whole world got a shockwave, and they were confronted with the limitation of 3D consciousness, which is identifying with the material body. And as Mark was pointing out earlier, we are spirit souls temporarily evolving through forms. And Chiron is so important, together with the sacred warrior Mars, right? I was communing last night with warrior sage, and he was talking about this. So this is the future. It's extremely exciting. And on Tuesday the 14th, the sun in Cancer forms an exact opposition with Jupiter, who is wisdom, good fortune, abundance, and expansion of consciousness, and Pluto, who is the ruler of Scorpio and the planet of transformation, the imaginal cells of the caterpillar going into the butterfly. This is Pluto, Jupiter, opposite the sun in Cancer. And whenever we have an opposition, it's an invitation to find that balance between being responsible and accountable and participating in the world, and also being open to our spiritual ancestral heritage. Thank you, Debra. Thank you, Scott. It's always a privilege to be here.
Oh, thank you so much, Jim, for that very important understanding. And certainly if people have more questions, Jim or Debra, let's pop his contact information into the chat box. Well, we're now going to go to one of the things I've been really excited about. You're about to meet an extraordinary woman, Andrea Brooke. She is the sonic butterfly. And I'm going to share with you more about Andrea after you see her performance, because I just want to go right into a very unique experience. And I invite everyone to watch and take in the senses, take in the sound, take in the visual as we continue to align ourselves into higher and higher frequencies. Andrea, thank you so much. You're on.
All of you, and as Jim was just speaking of the imaginal cells, and now here we are inside the Ojai cocoon. And the Ojai cocoon is my studio and performance venue for Sonic Butterfly. Sonic Butterfly is my design of long string harp. It is an acoustic chromatic 2-octave long string harp. The strings are 60 feet long. And so I consider Sonic Butterfly to be an instrument of transformation. And right now, you get to be inside that instrument of transformation. For in fact, throughout COVID-19, we have been all put in our cocoons. What we've learned over the past 4-6 months is that this is an unprecedented time of change. And so we ourselves must change. Rumi spoke of this amazingly. In Farsi, he said, Hilatroho kon osharo, divanesha, divanesha, andar dele utashtara, pervanesha, pervanesha. And what this means, very simply, is let go of your mind. Become crazy. Yes, become crazy. Jump into the fire and become the butterfly. Become the butterfly. We all get to listen to this as Jim expressed and as Celestine expressed and Mark, that this is a time for us to recognize that we can be more than we've already been. We've had our caterpillar existence. It's been fat and happy on our couch. And now it's time to jump into that cocoon. And the butterfly is the warrior. In fact, in Aztec times, they wore butterflies on their breastplate and on their helmet. For the butterfly comes out of that fire. The caterpillar enters that cocoon, and it goes through a war of cells. Does it feel as if we're all going through that war of cells right now? Perhaps even that's what COVID-19 is. It is transformation. And so as we go through this transformation, let's allow for that fire to transform us, to allow us to become our fully realized self without limitations. Let's take wing and fly. And so this song tonight is called Parvane, which is butterfly in Farsi.
Wow. Thank you so, so much. You know, everybody, we feel really, really fortunate to have her doing this intimate performance for us. Debra first discovered Andrea on the festival scene, where she puts on these big events. And I want to encourage everybody to go to Andrea's Sonic Butterfly .com, www.sonicbutterfly.com. We can see videos, photos, hear music. And she also has a YouTube channel. And if you watch some of the incredible big events that she's done, you'll appreciate how fortunate we are that she was willing to really go to a lot of work to put together this special event for us here today. And luckily, she's going to come back and do another performance for us just before Mark's meditation. She also has a new show called Psyche. And so if you're interested, please purchase her EP Becoming on Bandcamp. And we'll put that link in the chat box. And she's going to be back with us in a little while. Thank you so much, Andrea, for all you did to make this happen. She really created a whole studio just for this performance. So we're really, really grateful for what you're providing to us. Thank you. And we're looking forward to having you back in just a little bit. All right. So I want to put the spotlight on Debra for a moment, who's going to talk a little bit about the gifting economy. And then we're going to remind you a little bit about GoFundMe and talk about a very special organization that we're supporting with tonight's broadcast. Debra, tell us about the new economy.
Yes, we're producing the show and a lot of new paradigm reality, the way it manifests and everything that's coming through. And one new paradigm reality is the gifting economy, where we're gifting this show to you. And all these people are gifting this energy, this wisdom, this love to you right now. And then we request, or at whatever level you like, you can gift back to us. And that's through our GoFundMe to support our broadcast. And then we take a big chunk of that energy and money, green love that you give to us, and we send it out to the universe again to some very deserving nonprofit organizations and sometimes some people in our community in need. And they're able to help people in their community or heal and survive, and that comes back to us. So this whole green energy love keeps rippling and rippling and rippling out to the universe. So we have a GoFundMe campaign, and I'll put the link in the chat room, and you can just go there and gift whatever you'd like. If you're on Facebook or if you're on another platform, you can go to GoFundMe and just type in Global Peace Tribe, and that will get you to our link. And we receive your love, and then we gift it back. We've been able to gift 13 organizations $1,000 each, which has been amazing. So this broadcast is not only about giving incredible information and love, it's by giving green love energy out to do some good in the world. Scott, do you have that list of all those organizations that we've sponsored? Do you like to?
I'm going to show that in the mid-show break.
Okay.
But what I do want to let people know after seeing the link is that one of the things that's one of my favorite parts of the show that I get to do is I'm going to read out loud those of you who donate. And so it's really kind of fun to just acknowledge our community members. And everything is appreciated, whether it's $5 or $500. And yes, we have received donations that large, and they're all valuable. So please donate. And throughout the course of the show, I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about and acknowledge those of you who have donated. And to tell us about tonight's, the organization that we're sponsoring, Cure for Nepal, I'm going to turn it over to our co-host, Mark. And Mark, while you speak, I'm going to show some of the photographs that Prakash sent to us.
Hi, everyone. So Prakash Dangal is this amazing man in Nepal who started carefornepal.org. He is a self-made webmaster and has self-taught him, how to do GoFundMe and other web-based fund-based fundraising-based activities, and he's got a site on Facebook, a channel on Facebook, or a group, I should say, on Facebook that is really amazing. It's clearly he's put a lot of hard work into this, and it's become especially difficult in Nepal because of COVID-19. Food and other basic needs have become very difficult for the children in the orphanage that he helped found. And so he's been using the internet and Facebook and a website that he developed on his own to promote, to try to bring awareness to the struggles that they have there in Nepal for providing basic needs for the children. They're going to be starting school soon, and it's been hard for them to get supplies that would normally be much easier under regular circumstances. And so he's reached out to me over the months asking if I might help. And so I myself have, through my foundation, Loving, Giving, Serving All, have been supporting him. But it's clear that he needs a lot of support and love from around the world. And in the spirit of the Harmonic Convergence 2020 event, this is the kind of thing that we that have so much here in the West, especially in this country of America and other first world countries, so-called first world countries, where we don't need to worry about our basic needs so much. It's time to give. It's time to help our brothers and sisters around the world that are suffering and really taking the brunt of the COVID-19 virus. So I chose them as the organization that I wanted to highlight for this evening, for Saturday Night Alive. And anything you could give would make a big difference to them. So if you go to carefornepal.org, that's their main website. There's a donate button there, and you can learn all about what they do and where they are using the money to help the children.
Great, thank you, Mark. And you can donate that way or through our GoFundMe. Either way, they're going to get the support. And I'm actually going to go back one more moment, and he did send us a video, which I just realized. It's a very short video. There they are. Really broken in the I enjoyed watching your face, Mark, as we kind of, as we see the kids. Your face smiling is very, very beautiful. So thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And again, a reminder that we really love spotlighting you for donating. So please be generous, and whatever your donation is, we're gonna acknowledge you. So thank you very much. And now, Mark, would you like to give us a brief introduction to Mary Rodwell? Mary is a speaker, and I know that you're going to tell us a little bit about her.
Yes, Mary, I had the pleasure of meeting back in February at the Conscious Life Expo in Los Angeles. Mary is somebody I've been aware of for quite a while, and I didn't know, frankly, that she'd be at the Life Conscious Expo, and was delighted to learn that she was there, and took advantage of the workshop that she hosted on the last day, which was Monday when most people had left. But I attended some of the panels that she was on and some of the seminars that she gave. But the real thing that I will never forget was her presentation at the workshop on Monday, which deeply moved me. This is a woman who has been aware of the abduction phenomenon and as a clinical psychologist, been working with abductees for, I believe, as many as 30 years. And Mary, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's what I understood when you presented. You've published a number of books, some that have come out recently, and I'll let you share those books with everyone. But I reached out to Mary right after the workshop. I sat down with her, and Celestine was there. The three of us had a little powwow together before Mary had to go back to Australia. And this is just a remarkable woman with remarkable evidence from contactees that she shared with us in her workshop. She has video evidence of some of the most incredible and compelling video footage I have ever seen in my life. And I've seen some impressive footage. And so Mary, I would, it's such an honor to have you here. I'm so happy that you're here. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me a little blurb for my own book. I'm so proud of that. And so with nothing left to say, Mary, could you share your story and tell us more about what you're doing?
Thank you, Mark, and thank you everyone for giving me just an opportunity very briefly to share about my last 25 years being involved with individuals like Mark that have had contact with all these amazing non-human intelligences, with all these different names and cultures that we're being exposed to. To correct people, I'm actually a former nurse and midwife. I've been a counselor for 25 years and a hypnotherapist. So that's my background. So I've come from a very medical background and which brought me into counseling. The thing that I've learned through working with hospice, people dying, is what is it all about? Why are we here? And for me, that's been my overriding journey, is to make sense of this human journey, who I am, what is soul, all those kinds of things I've explored through doing hypnotherapy with past lives, being with people at the time where they're leaving this life. But most particularly, what has brought me into this whole area of contact with our family, because that's what they are, and we're part of them, is when I wrote Awakening was to help people who had nowhere to go, like Mark, that ultimately went into the conventional understanding of psychology and found it wanting it a big time, because we're still not acknowledged to be multidimensional in normal psychology, are we? So for me, that was the big one, giving, if you like, a manual to help people through that awakening process. All the things they asked me, then I wrote about. But the new human is about all of you. It's not just about the children. It's about all those generations that are coming in and have come in from, you know, the 80 and 90 that I've spoken to, always being aware they're different, always never feeling like they belonged, always wondering what earth they're doing on this primitive planet. My goodness, you know, how can people be so primitive and barbaric? Why do they do this to one another, I hear? And when you get a 5-year-old saying, I'm not from here, I come from somewhere else. And so for me, the most profound was the new ones coming in, particularly now, that are part of this wave of shift that we are now experiencing. And I always remember a dear friend of mine, Mike Oram in England, who told me this and he wrote about in his book, Does It Rain in Other Dimensions? He said this, he told his mother at 4 years old, there will be a change in human consciousness. The energy is heading this way, and the essence of this energy is light. The energy will repair our DNA. It would make us complete and who we really are. That was what I was trying to tell my mother at 4 years old. And guess what? He's my age. So this is in the 50s. He told his mother this. But I'm getting the same information now when I spoke to a 10-year-old only a few weeks ago. And he told me, you know, like Mark, he said, I'm visited by light beings and I come from a planet of light. And I've come here, he said, it's very easy to manifest there. But he said on Earth, It's so much harder to manifest down here, he said to me. And I said to him, so what do you make of what's going on now on this planet? And he said, well, Mary, this is the reset. This is the reset for humanity. And of course, we know that's already started. 2012 was about people waking up. It was about us finding out who we are. And as the children are telling me, they've come in to help us with that. When you have a 10-year-old saying this is his first incarnation, he's come here as a center seed to connect with the center of the planet. And he's come here to help with the pollution. When you have an 8-year-old saying, I communicate with animals to help humanity understand what it's like and how important these animals are to us because we're part of them. When you have a 6-year-old telling you that he's holding this meteorite and this meteorite is telling him about what it feels and senses, and his mother said to him, oh, so how do you hear that communication? He said, it's all in my head. It's talking to me in my head. This is a 6-year-old explaining this. So what I'd like to say more than anything else is what I was told about all this amazing information, the children that are coming in with the symbols, the light language, the music, the images, all of that is activating consciousness. And I remember being told when I talk to my team, as I call them, so I get all this information. What am I supposed to do with it? You know, I can't show all of this in my 90-minute presentation or 5 minutes like I have now. And they said, Mary, everything that you see, you take on your energetic systems. And wherever you go, wherever you talk about this, or wherever you connect with, it is going to all of everyone with that consciousness. So everything Mark's doing, everything you all beautiful souls are doing, this is what's happening. All of these frequencies that we're putting out now are being absorbed and utilized by every single awakened soul that wants to awake on this planet. So all I can say is one more thing, and I want to say this, and I want to quote a very special gentleman who in ufology I particularly thought was my leading light. He died a few years ago. His name's Command Sergeant Robert Dean, and he's considered the grandfather of ufology. And he finally admitted 2 years before he died, he'd been up on the spacecraft as an experiencer. And he said he was shown our future. He said, we have power we have never dreamed of. Homo sapiens have a unique genome of 12 different species. Higher cultures have intervened. They're asking us to be transformed into a new species. We are being helped to join our cosmic family and travel to the stars as they do. I have been shown the future and it is glorious. And I'd like to leave it with that. Thank you all. And thank you, Mark, so much for blessing me with being able to share just a little. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so very, very much for sharing that. I had the good fortune to interview Major Robert Dean a few times back when I was producing UFO television, and a beautiful soul and a very courageous soul who came forward and spoke before a lot of other people in the military did so. So we're about to hear the next song from Olax, but before we do that, wow, thank you, everybody. So many donations coming in. So here we go. I want to thank Michelle, Karina, Network of Love, Veronica, Morgine, Ilona, Jacqueline, Pollyanna. Pollyanna is one of our favorite musicians. She plays frequently with us. Feather, Roger, Yamini, James, Susan, Paul, Joanne, Robert, and Lauren. So thank you, everybody, for your donations, and we'll definitely come back and share a little bit more. But now we're ready for song number 2 of the 3 that they're going to be doing for us tonight. And so it is my pleasure to put the spotlight back on Olax.
Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you for this beautiful, I've been listening the speakers and I've been watching the videos, and it's amazing that the whole world now is awakening, and life itself I think the life is never stops. It always moves. And as my ancestors see the life as a three levels, three dimensions, the lower, the middle, and the higher. So I think this situation, what is going on in the world, it helped me to understand the meaning of life and to dance. It helped me to stand up, to rise up and dance in these three worlds and between them. So next song we would like to dedicate to all people who are the first responders during this pandemic, who risk their lives and help other people. So we would like to send compassion, kindness, and love to everyone who taking care of other people. Martin, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You know, you're bringing to us your incredible world, your incredible culture, and you've kind of been immersed in our very different culture. I just have to ask you, what's it like coming from your beautiful and unique different world into the world, not just of California, but America's Got Talent? How is that for you?
Yeah, Andres and I we met 5 years ago in Moscow, and we created this beautiful project, Olux, which means the life in my native language, but it has a little changes in the end. It sounds Oloch, the life, and then we did it as Olux because this is like our creation, like it means that the life always moves. And from very first rehearsal, I told to Andres that we have to go to America because here in America, we feel that people are open and they're open to receive new energy. And specifically, you know, America's Got Talent is the huge stage probably among the talent shows. And to shine from that stage and feel the people's energy and the whole circulation between judges and people, and see that professional work, professional, you know, people in the music industry, that was a really, that's, you know, our dream came true. And to shine from there and be on the internet and shine on the TV, it's a great opportunity for us to share our ancestors' wisdom. So bring a little piece of our cultures here in America. And yeah, we've been, Andres and I, here 2 years in America, and we started from, you know, being street performers in Santa Monica. And so now we are, you know, in America's Got Talent and having our own tours and working on our 3rd album and having our home studio. It's amazing to grow and grow with spirits, grow with, you know, what you are taking from, what you take from your culture that grows with you too. And our main big dream is to build here a spiritual and educational center in California where indigenous people, young people or children, they can come and learn foreign languages and some new technologies like alternative technology, sustainability, so they can learn about that and they go back to their countries and build a new society, new community. And the foreigners can learn about indigenous cultures. And so that's our bigger dream. And the Olux is like a doorway to this whole blessing. And in nature here in America it's incredible. It's can be desert and the snow, like 1 hour driving from LA, and you have this silver bear which has the snow. It's amazing. And this country has this blessing of indigenous people actually. So we feel that there is an energy, huge energy, and deep wisdom that we have to listen to and we have to honor. And you know, our ancestors, they had a lot of technology which is very helpful for our Mother Earth to preserve her and to take care of her.
So I'd love to ask you, either before or after your 3rd song, I'd love to hear more about your ancestors and how the ancestors lived through you, and a little bit about the technology that you just mentioned. So would you be willing to share a little bit about that when we come back to you?
Yeah, our ancestors, specifically in my homeland, Saka people, just imagine living in a harsh climate in a weather conditions like a minus 94 degree by Fahrenheit, made them to be strong people, and they knew how to survive in that coldness, severe environment. And so my grandfather was born among 12 children, among 7 survivors of 12 children, because Saka women used to give more than 10 children to make sure that half of that will survive. So that's the way of surviving. And also just imagine 6 months of winter, and my people, ancestors, they knew how to deal with darkness, not being afraid or scared or, going away, running away from darkness. On the contrary, meeting it and dealing with that. So like dancing with it in the darkness. It gives us an opportunity to survive. And also, my grandfather was born in 1930, and they didn't have electricity. And so they were just seeing, they were so close to Mother Nature. There wasn't, radio, cell phones, or internet. They had this, inner wisdom or inner power to connect telepathically to each other, and specifically the shamans. They were able to see the future or to connect with the people who is far away, and so they were able to do special ceremonies where can people see, like 10 people can see at the same time, that in house the shaman invites wolf or bear, or the water comes through the window with the fish, and they all could see that. And this, beautiful, powerful people, shamans, without any psychedelics, they would bring like more than 10 people to that realm, to that reality where everything is possible. And so this technology, I would say, as one shaman told to me, our body is an instrument, and we actually don't need a cell phones or radio or TV or internet, because we have access to that if we train our body. And he said, like, you have the cell phones, but I can connect to my friend who lives in another country, another shaman, telepathically, and get all the news from him. So it's just amazing to be aware how powerful we are. And I do believe that everyone has an inner healer and inner shaman sleeping inside of themselves. And this is a time, the great time of awakening and awaken our inner healers. So thank you so much for bringing us here.
Thank you. It's such perfect timing as we are, talking about going within and preparing for a whole new rising of our consciousness. And you're providing just another example from a different part of the world where that's understood. That's part of your culture. And so it's perfect that you are our guests tonight. And we're going to get to hear from you one more time. All right. Well, we want to, acknowledge again the donations are coming in, and I'll share a little bit more about that and give names and acknowledge all of you. But what we want to do right now is we want to show some of the organizations that we funded in the past. And those of you that are regulars on Saturday Night Alive, you recognize, because we always, not only do we fund these people, but we let them come on, talk a little bit about their organization. And so everything from this amazing nonprofit in New Mexico to the essential food and medicine. We did a lot of organizations that provide food, medicine, support, like the People's Community Medics, Meals on Wheels in San Francisco, the Healing Clinic Collective, Sonoma food runners. But we also wanted to support election integrity. Some of you might have seen, we had a wonderful show that was all about social activism and sacred activism that included Andrew Harvey and Lynn Twist and Lori Grace, who taught us all about how important trust vote was and is. Growing together, supporting schools and neighborhoods, and even a religious and humanitarian organization. And then we realized that there were people in our community dealing with cancer, third and fourth stage cancer, that also needed financial support. So we supported Blaine Lyon and Mariela de la Paz. And Mariela was watching, I did an interview show last night with some people that are experiencers, and Mariela was watching that show. We funded Dream Corps, a beautiful organization, especially when we were really focusing on an entire show just on Black Lives Matter by honoring all Black voices. All of our performers, our speakers were people of African heritage. So that week we supported Dream Corps, which was founded by Van Jones. And supporting the John Anthony Foundation that creates, helps support homeless people. And most recently, the Pachamama Alliance, we supported 2 weeks ago. And now again, this week we're supporting Care for Nepal, as you've seen some photographs. And I think what we'll do, because we're running a little bit behind, Mark, are you willing for us maybe to show the video a little bit later in the show? Would that work for you okay?
Yeah, that's fine, certainly.
Okay, great. So again, you can support going straight to Care for Nepal or go to our GoFundMe. And again, I'm going to bring up the GoFundMe for you to take a look at. And thank you so much for all the people that are supporting. You can go to GoFundMe and make your donations directly. And we're going to be supporting this beautiful organization in Nepal. So thank you so much. Also, this is where we want to acknowledge a lot of our streaming partners and our sponsors. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Debra.
Yes, this has been such an amazing journey and so much collaboration and cooperation. We have amazing broadcast sponsors. We have Awake TV, New Reality, Unify is broadcasting. We have 3 new networks, Portal to Ascension, who does an incredible virtual training program, and they're going to have a virtual summit in October. Also, Disclosure Fest Foundation, who does an amazing live festival that they're planning to do in October as well as Sign Network. And you can watch the program there. Also, we give out replays. If you sign up through our Zoom, then you'll get the replay on Monday. And you can do that by going to Global Peace Tribe on Google, and you'll see all our links to sign up. Also, we're going to continue to do this show with the Harmonic Convergence theme through July. Next week, we are going to have the highlights of the Harmonic Convergence and what's next. So it's going to be another level of this incredible information and a whole host of new performers and speakers. And then July 25th, we are going to celebrate the Day Out of Time, Global Peace Through This Cultural Day. And again, we'll have amazing speakers and performers that will all focus on that amazing consciousness there. Also stick around at the end for community connections. And again, I'll put the Global Peace, the GoFundMe in the chat room, or you can go to Google and just type in global GoFundMe and search Global Peace Tribe. And
now we're going to go to some comedy.
Yeah.
We've got comedy, and then we've got Sonic Butterfly, and then we've got Mark's meditation, where he's going to take us into a very different world. So you want to tell us a little bit about Heather?
Yeah. So in this show and in life, as we journey towards the amazing process of transformation, we also want to honor magic. We want to honor laughter and fun. And that's why we're bringing on this amazing woman, Heather Rogers. She's an award-winning magician, and she's a human potential coach, all put into one. And she's done over 4,000 presentations, some as large as the Barack Obama's inaugural ball in DC, Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. And what's so beautiful in her, and with her magic and her comedy, she weaves in metaphysical spiritual truths. So it's also a transmission, which we love. And so happy to have you back, Heather. Heather Rogers.
It's wonderful to be here, everyone. Welcome to Harmonic Convergence 2020. This set is specifically for all you space aliens out there. I'm so excited to be a part of tonight's special edition, Preparing for Contact. In fact, I was so excited I took it upon myself to publish a book for Saturday Night Alive, Hot Tips for Aliens Looking for Love. Oh, and these tips are hot. They are hot. They are so hot, they're Spitfire hot. Now, it's going to get complicated if you want to actually meet an Earth lady, and I can only speak for the Earth ladies, being one myself. I mean, think about how complicated it is for, say, tourists when they come to Earth. He's a reptile. He wants to go to the aquarium. She's a gray. She wants to go to the planetarium. They decide to compromise on the exploratorium, but they can't find parking. So they end up sitting on the pier, guzzling a brown bag of ketchup. By the way, thank you to our sponsors who have declared that Heinz 57 sauce is the official sponsor of the Regional Federation for Star Travelers. It's so good. When you have some, you're going to guzzle the whole bottle. It'll be like it disappears like magic. As I was saying, if you want to snag an Earth mama, please, please do not use this pickup line. Hey, baby. They call me E.T. What do you say we go intergalactic? Don't do that. Please don't do that. Also, do not eat her pets. Do not even probe her pets. She will not appreciate that, okay? Also, if your idea of a wild night out is throwing down some crop circles and maybe zigzagging around to surprise some PTA moms, you're a geek. You gotta lift it up, man. We gotta get into stride, up your game. So, how do you go from being a square trickster to being a well-rounded hipster? Well, I'll tell you. For starters, if you want to fire it up with that maiden, don't do flowers. That is so passé. No, right now, I'm going to deliver to you the elaborate Earth mating ritual. This is if you want some serious action. What you do is you take her dollar bill. You got to do the dance. It's an Earth mating dance. Then you fold her dollar bill, and then you turn it into 100. Oh, yeah. Then you repeat it 20 times and give it to her, and you will win her heart. I promise you. Now, we're talking about heart. Not all aliens come to Earth for the heart. We know the Anunnaki came to mine for gold. Well, also, I have to say that Pleiadians have a heart of gold. Now, I don't want you to think I'd go out of my way to try to impress a Pleiadian, but if I saw one, I might say hi. Hi. Now, if you happen to be a strapping, blonde, tall Pleiadian, you should know that I'm single. And if you want to take me for a ride on your spaceship, you should know that I will come prepared. Let me set this up for you. You got to gather the whole picture. Okay. Now, here we go. If we're going to go on your spaceship, I will have my electrolytes, important for space travel. I will also have a toothbrush in case it turns into an overnight. And I'll have a pencil so that I could write down all those fascinating fractal Merkaba warp drive formulas you're dying to teach me. And I'll bring a deck of cards in case you want to do some sky-clad poker. Oh, yeah. And some crayons so we can make ecstatic art together. You may be surprised to know that I have a few anti-gravity tricks up my sleeve. Oh, yes. You see, I have magnetism. what I do is I produce an equal and opposite mechanical magnetic force to counterbalance the pull of gravity. Ooh. Can you feel the power? Can you feel the power? I can feel the power. Can you? Everybody knows. I mean, everybody knows that gravity is interpreted as a curvature of space and time by mass. So we can push the limits of relativity. We can make our magic. Here, let me fix this. All right, we're going to make magic together. We're going to take anti-gravity out of orbit, because you and I know, Mr. Pleiadian, it's all about the torque. So if you want a piece of this space package, just ping my pineal gland. I will see you back for a second set while I'll help you make more contact. Back to you, Scott and Debra.
Wow. Absolutely wow. Is that amazing? You know, I wanted, because everybody, I get to see everybody at the panel. I was like little kids, you know. I mean, look at Mark for a minute, you know, yeah, and Willard all the way in Bangkok, you know, we're all like just like beaming. So Heather, you are really something. I don't know how you do it. You're amazing.
Well, I'm hoping to have a visitation before my next set, and if I do, I'll report how everything goes.
Well, honey, I tell you, any Pleiadian that doesn't have their head up Uranus is going to take you on that space ride.
You guys listening out there? Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you, Heather. And she will be back. Oh, my. That was really something. Hey, several more people have donated. I want to thank Michelle, Crystal, Susan Lilly, Gabrielle, Elena, Bo Quay. Thank you all so much for your donations. It's really beautiful. All right, we're now going to kind of shift into one of the most important parts of the evening, and that is we're going to prepare for Mark's meditation, an opportunity for us to really drop in. But what better way to prepare for his meditation than to have the sonic butterfly once again coming in. And now what's interesting, sonic butterfly, is that before it was letting me mute you, but this time it's not letting me unmute you. So I'm going to ask Andrea to come up and unmute herself. Thank you so much. And so I invite all of us now. Let's really drop into her exquisite, unique sonic harp, looking at her visuals and preparing for contact, preparing to go inside.
Thank you so much, Scott. So my second song for this amazing event, this is just so much fun, is a song that I wrote for Earth Day called Dialogue of Hope. And I feel like this song is important at this time, that as we request communication, whether that's with extraterrestrials or between political parties, between races here on Earth, between countries, or perhaps between our mundane and divine self, that we approach that conversation from a place of hope. And so this is called Dialogue of Hope.
Thank you so much, Andrea.
Thank you,
And
Scott. And just
absolutely.
so all of you know, every once in a while, Zoom does some crazy things. But Scott and I decided earlier tonight that it's not Zoom making those weird swooshing noises during Olak's and my performances. It's the extraterrestrials. They've come. Let's have a
Absolutely.
great dialogue.
Absolutely. And I want to just remind people that you can go to sonicbutterfly.com and learn a lot more about her videos, her photos. Check out some of her festival performances. They're really quite extraordinary. And also a reminder to go to support her show, Psyche. I can't wait to see what she creates with that. So that's going to be pretty amazing. And we're so blessed to have people like Olax and Andrea and all of our presenters. So we're all building community, and our community is growing and growing and growing. So let's buy the author's books, let's buy the performer's music, let's all support people as much as we possibly can. You can also find her on Instagram, Sonic Butterfly _ Andrea Brooke, and that's singular, Andrea Brooke. So she's on Facebook at Sonic Butterfly Productions. So thank you so much. And I hope you will come back and be on our show again, because you've been absolutely a delight.
I would really love that. I'm enjoying this so much. And I have to say, Scott, that it is a pleasure to work with you. And Debra, thank you after all these years to stay in touch and to bring me on. So I really appreciate it. I hope you all do get in touch with me. I'd love to share my work with you.
Thank you. And now to introduce our meditation for the evening, I'm turning it over to Debra.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Yes, that was incredible. And now we come to one of the most special times that we have every time in our broadcast, and it's our meditation. It's when we can really join together in hearts and spirit and activate together. Our first broadcast was a mass meditation that people all over the world, 4 million people we heard participated in. That was our first broadcast. And ever since, we do this important meditation process where we can all join. And Mark is going to be leading us. He has been doing meditations daily on the global broadcast on Harmonic Convergence. And he's been a meditator for a long time since his awakening. And so he's going to take us through a very special, expanding, spirit opening, heart connecting process. So Mark Sims.
Yes. Well, thank you, Debra. It's my pleasure to introduce you to a special meditation that I learned at the suggestion of Tezjbar. I was an atheist when I met him back in 2012, and soon learned that we indeed survive death after the physical death. And through the modus operandi of reincarnation, we continue our journey of spiritual development until we reach a point in which we, like the butterfly, bust out of a cocoon to take the next stage in our development, in our spiritual journey. And it's so apropos to have Andrea play the harmonic, or the butterfly, harmonic butterfly harp, which I've had the pleasure of witnessing and being a part of in her home, where she has this amazing instrument strung up. And so thank you, Andrea. And she's a friend of mine as well. And I just posted, she's just a few miles from here. So anyway, I learned this meditation back in 2013 at the suggestion of Tezjbar. I went to Ekankar as the first organization, institutional religion that I joined willingly as an adult to learn some things that I needed to learn. And I picked up on a spiritual practice called singing the hue, according to Eckists that belong to Ekankar. This is a note that represents the creation of God, or I should say represents the creation itself. And it is sung in reverence to God for the creation of which we are a part. And it is the central part of the meditation that I do when I now meditate for the purpose of initiating contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. And it is the cornerstone of the CE5 or CE6 meditation, which means initiating contact globally as a human family with our extraterrestrial family. Before I begin, I just like to ask Debra, how many minutes do I have allotted now on the current time that we are in this program? I want to know so I don't take this too long.
Yes, I believe it's about 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna do the Hue meditation which is the CE6 meditation for global contact. This is what we're going to be practicing throughout the week. We actually have an after party each evening that begins at 6. That's hosted by another organization. And I've been participating with people sharing this meditation. I also do it first thing in the morning at 11 a.m. And you can join me at the Harmonic Convergence 2020.org or THC2020.org. That's much shorter and easier to remember. Simply go to THC2020.org, and at 11 o'clock every morning, I do this meditation. So to demonstrate, we simply find a comfortable position. We stack our vertebrae. If we choose to sit, we can also do this laying down. But the main thing is to be comfortable. We close our eyes, we take 1 or 2 cleansing breaths, and these cleansing breaths are for the purpose of getting the stale air out of our lungs. So when we exhale to begin this process, try to get rid of all the air in our lungs, okay? So, and when we inhale, breathe through the nose. And what you're doing when you're breathing through the nose is you're creating a little vortex of wind in your nasal cavity up here near the third eye, the pineal gland. And that then goes down the windpipe into our lungs and fills all those tiny sacs that are oxygenated. And that oxygen is absorbed by the lining of the little tiny sacs in our lungs. And that is then taken by the blood to all the cells in our body to provide the energy needed by the mitochondria, these little bacteria that exist as an organelle within each cell of our body. They're like the batteries that power each cell. So we are literally powering up all the cells, all trillion, there's roughly 80 trillion cells in our body, give or take a few trillion. Each of those cells we're energizing with oxygen so that the mitochondria can provide the energy required for the machinery within each cell to do their work. And that's what we're doing here. So let's exhale through our mouth. Inhale through the nose. One more time. Inhale through the nose. And now we sing the note Hu, H-U, which ecists call the song of God. Hu. Hu. And then when we're done, we just sit for a moment in silent contemplation. And as we sit there with our eyes closed, just feel into that energy that is flowing through our body. The cells are awakened in this song to the creation, the song of the Creator. And typically I do this for 20 minutes every morning, and then I do a 5 or 6 minute contemplation. And after 20 minutes of doing this, your body tingles all over. It's the cells awakening, charged up with oxygen, and the mitochondria fully charged, little batteries of the cells, providing the energy for all the machinery of the cell to do its thing. And with 80 trillion cells in the body, energized all at the same time, the body all of a sudden is able to access new dimensions of consciousness. And as we heard earlier from Serena, our bodies become a new technology that can reach through time and space and higher dimensions to communicate to higher beings and to beings of love in our own physical realm. Thank you for this honor to share my knowledge with you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you very, very much for just all the different ways you're helping to raise our consciousness. Thank you. One of the things that Mark has also done is created a series of beautiful, beautiful videos. And we're going to now start showing them throughout the rest of the show. We're going to pepper them through the rest of the show. And what he has done is taken songs that we may all know and had new artists. And some of our favorite artists like Louisa Stowe, who's been on our show many times and hopefully will be back with us maybe even next week. And I had other artists reimagine these songs with beautiful visuals and videos to really help us to connect. And did you know that right now this is the dawning of the age of Aquarius? It's really happening right now. So along those lines, we're going to show Mark's new rendition that he and his amazing, talented team have created. Let's all connect to the age of Aquarius. Harmonic Convergence 2020 style. due respect to the fifth dimension, thank you. That is just an amazing rendition, an amazing video. Mark, tell us about your team that put that together.
Let's begin with Bruce Sugar, who is a career Hollywood music producer. He works and does all of Ringo Starr's mixing and mastering for his albums. He's worked for many famous artists. He is a good friend, a dear friend, and he worked with a number of amazing vocalists and in his studio in Hollywood. And the choir at Agape, the Agape choir here in LA, did the backup vocals. That's them. And then for the video, my dear friend Malcolm Carter, who did the movie The Connected Universe, of which I was an executive producer. That is my first executive producer experience. And we brought in Patrick Stewart, the very famous actor and performer who was Captain Picard, Jean-Luc Picard of the New Generation, narrated that film. So it was Malcolm Carter who did all the visual effects and directed the video part of it. So all these songs, like The Age of Aquarius, were given to me by Tezjbar back in 2017 for reproducing for the purpose of the Harmonic Convergence 2020 event. So these songs have been produced over the past 3 years, and then the video has been done more recently. So this is just one of 13 songs that we are preparing. 4 of the songs, videos are done. All 13 songs are done. But those are the people who were primarily involved in this song itself.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to play a few more of those songs. I want to invite everybody to keep watching Harmonic Convergence 2020 on Unify to see the songs and hear more from Mark. This is going to continue on. And Mark, do you want to introduce Elder Julie next?
Yes, Julie is a, well, where is she? There she is. Hi, Julie. Julie is a Chumash elder. She's a tribal leader and lives here in Ventura County. And she did the opening blessing for the Harmonic Convergence 2020 event here in Ojai. So we were blessed by her presence and the honor of her doing a blessing and a prayer for the opening. And so we are very honored, and thank you, Julie, for being on our program and of course for opening up our event here in Ojai. Thank you. I'm so grateful to you.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Oh, what a great evening. And the sun did shine. It was so hot here today in Ojai. It's incredible. But we're in for a beautiful evening as the stars come out and just on the other side of Grandmother Moon in her fullness. I'm so grateful to become aware of everything that people are doing in the world right now to try and understand, learn, listen, and to come together in these forms of unity. And where last year I was hoping to actually go out and visit in places around the world, I've done it twice now virtually, going around the world, speaking and talking and listening to everybody in all parts of the world. So it's been a real blessing. I love my home. We're safe. We're here with my family, and there's a lot of work here going on right now. Our energies that we spend talking about our culture, teaching people about who we are as the first people here in this region, known as Chumash, Mek Chumash Island people, that we are some of the oldest people here. We have our creation stories. We have our places of origins. We spanned a huge area here in Southern California, including 4 Channel Islands. We too have our upper world, middle world, and lower world, in which our sky people help us out quite a bit in all the work that they do. So we're always in here in the Valley of Ojai, honoring and waking up the deities of the land. We have come and together to just teach people about when people come into indigenous lands in the Americas, to know that as they bring their spirituality, as they bring their themselves, who they are and what they bring, to know that for thousands of years, our land with indigenous peoples here this is our holy land. Our stories, our songs, our prayers, our rituals, and our acknowledgments and our conversations with this land, the water, the air, tell us, tell you and all that reach out and want to learn these things, that we are in our holy land here. And it has been providing us with so much from the very beginning of time that we stepped onto this land from either up above or from the earth here in this middle world. It still gives us that today. So we're very fortunate. Our children, what are we going to do? If these people are coming in to help, our children are precious. We're this generation that are again leaving the next generation. We've been left with a package. Now they're going to be left with a lot more than I've ever imagined they could. So we need to ask help for the conservation and the conservancy of water. We need to find another way of energy. No one's ever talking about unplugging to save energy. It's all about building something more, building something different. Get off the fossil fuels. Yes, that is so important. Our food, the monoculture, we really need to bring all this, the water, the energy, the food, and even education out of corporate hands. We need to take back ownership of these and understand and help teach our next generation where things are coming from. It's a big change. I'm wearing my butterflies. I've got a few seconds here. I'm gonna leave you and you go ahead and it's a song about this change, about being created from the breath and taken to the other side. What that means for us, maybe the islands to here, or through Catholicism and that survival that we did through mission period, we survived. So this song comes from Limu, Santa Cruz Island, about that change and that we are still here. Iseriwa, may we continue indefinitely. Ya, 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 ya. Sami momoki o e, sami momoki o e. Hosi no na o hene mens. Hosi no na o hene mens. Ya, 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 ya. Sami momoki o e, hosi no na o hene mens. Sami momoki o e, hosi no na o hene mens. Ya, 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 ya. Ya, 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 ya. May we learn by listening, by knowing that we all have our parts separate from each other, our eyes, our voice, our hearing, our heart, our soul, our spirit. So we cannot imagine what other people think and feel unless we speak. We speak from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So may we approach this act so that we can come together once and for all and stop the wars. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for the Indigenous people and the rising understanding of our more mainstream Western world that we need the wisdom, we need the medicine of the Indigenous people, beautifully represented by Elder Julie just now, and as we've heard a little bit earlier from Olax. Olax is going to be back in a little bit. Want to let kind of our speakers that are still remaining, we're going to hear from Danny Sheehan and Patrick from Unify. We're having to juggle the schedule just a little bit. But what we are going to do right now is show another one of the beautiful videos that Mark has put together. This is the very first one that I saw. I've had the pleasure of presenting it a few times on Saturday Night Live and also on my interview shows. And it's called Peace is the Word. And this is just beautiful. So let me get ready to show that. There we go. Wow. I mean, these videos are incredible. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Mark. I'm going to just put the spotlight on.
You're welcome, everyone. It's my pleasure to bring these songs to you. Just to give you a little bit more information about them, I don't think I've shared with you on this program that it was back in 2017 when Tezjbar gave me these 13 songs and told me to reproduce them. And part of that reproduction involved changing just a few words in each song. And that last one, of course, is the song Greece, with 2 words changed, only 2 words. And the 2 words are peace, so every occurrence of Greece was changed to the word peace, and motion was changed to notion. That was all that was done with that song. All the other lyrics remain in place. And what Tezjbar told me was that Barry Gibb, the writer of that song back in the 70s, had channeled this song for the purpose of the Harmonic Convergence 2020 to imprint in our memory into popular culture a song that would be activated for today, for this purpose of bringing peace and joy and happiness and love into the world. So the original song Greece, the title song for the famous musical, is a nonsensical song. If you listen to the lyrics, Greece is the word. I mean, it makes no sense. But you just change those 2 words, it makes complete sense, especially in our time. So I was aware of this back in 2017, and it is my deep honor and pleasure to present the world with this version of Greece, which now we call Peace is the Word, and is the anthem for the Harmonic Convergence 2020 event. So I am just so proud of the team that helped put this together, and of myself for having the courage to do it, because it's really taken a lot of courage to be so bold as to do what I'm doing.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
A
you.
couple of things I want to share before we hear from Olax. We're going to hear from Olax next. But I noticed that all the way from Nepal, Prakash, who you're raising money for, there he is. I'm putting the spotlight on him from Nepal. I don't know if he hears me or not. I'm not going to ask him to speak right now, but there is Prakash, who is the creator of the nonprofit organization that we've been talking about tonight. Thank you so much for your support. And I'm seeing that the support is still coming in, which is really beautiful. So thank you. You know, there's something else kind of cool that happened, and I'm just I'm very spontaneous. Barbara Lovejoy showed us, sent me just now a pair of photos that I think are pretty remarkable. And she was inspired by what Celestine showed earlier. And so there you have it. These were apparently taken in Greenbrae, California recently. And so if anybody else has photos that they want to share like this, please do so. We'll kind of make that something that we're doing tonight. All right. It is time for our third performance by Olax. And I want to thank them for all the work they've done to work on getting their technology together, because they usually have worked in much larger formats. So here we go, back to Olax. There we go. A lot goes into these shows. I mean, most of our musical performers spend hours and hours learning how to get all the kinks out of Zoom. And Zoom is especially difficult tonal stuff. So God bless you guys for all that you do. There we go.
Hi, Scott. Hi, everyone. So sorry that we had some challenges with the technology. Yeah, that's we're all learning, right? As Scott said. And
First time.
yeah, we're doing a whole hour setup for the first time via Zoom. We used to do that in different platforms, but because of today, we have this opportunity to learn about that. So we can do our future concerts through the Zoom probably. So, and right now in our third performance, we would like to play for you a very interesting composition which calls Evolution. And I'm gonna play mouth harp. We call that hamos, and it's a traditional shamanic instrument of my people. And there are probably 200 different kinds of this instrument around the world. And a lot of nations, they have own mouth harp or jaw harp. And we do believe that mouth harp has healing vibrations. And right now, Evolution. Mahta?
Beautiful. Prakash, you accidentally turned on share screen. Let's all just hold the vision as we look at these two extraordinary beings. Maximum grace for their success, maximum grace for their to create this retreat center, maximum grace for their beautiful vision, and maximum grace for their winning America's Got Talent. Maximum grace for it all.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you so much for having us, Debra. What you're doing is it's so much needed for us. It's necessary during this time, and that's amazing that you brought all of this community, and for you also maximum growing and maximum sharing the wisdom and bringing all people together to build up a new community, new society. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. And hopefully we'll see you again soon. And now to introduce Patrick from Unify, here's Mark again.
Hi, everyone. I'm here at the studio headquarters for the THC 2020 event. Patrick, I know I saw you on. I don't see you here if you're on. Do you know where Patrick is?
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. Where are you?
I'm down in the sky room.
Oh, you're down in the sky room. Okay. Well, he's about 50 feet away from me, and this place, this amazing retreat center that we're at in Ojai, is just magical, and it's got all these secret rooms all over the compound. And this is where Patrick is heading the show. He's our maestro. So Patrick, why don't you share with everyone what you'd like to share?
Thank you for the introduction, Mark, and thank you, Scott and Debra, for hosting this every week for the world and for the community. It's a joy and honor to be here with the rest of you panelists and also with the community out there. And what do I want to share?
Well, I have an idea. I want to share the day we met, which was in August of 2015. And the introduction was a consequence of my relationship with Danny Sheehan, who's right here on this program this evening. Danny and I started an organization back in 2015 called the New Paradigm Institute. And we hired a gentleman named Bill Stranger, who was going to be our executive director, and which he accepted the job for. And Danny and I wanted to establish a headquarters for the New Paradigm Institute in Berkeley, California. And you at that time had an office at WeWork, and you had raised some money to purchase a building near Berkeley campus, University of California, Berkeley. And you needed to raise a little bit more money to secure this location. And so we had on your board and on our board a man named Rick Lukens, who is famous for, among other things, organizing Farm Aid, if those of you who remember Farm Aid. And Rick was the one who told Danny that Unify was trying to secure this building, and we thought maybe we could share that facility as our mutual headquarters. So when I flew from Michigan to Berkeley, you and I met. And it was a few days later that I shared with you the vision I had about the Harmonic Convergence 2020 event, all the way back then. So you were one of the first people I shared that story with. And I felt there was somehow some divine orchestration of us meeting, because you were the first organization and the first person that I met that had some experience organizing global meditations for world peace. So it's just amazing. And here you are, you are leading and organizing and making this happen. I love you, brother. So, and Danny, thank you for your role in all this.
Yep.
So Patrick, what do you have to say for yourself now?
Well, it's definitely been a journey since 2011, when I decided in a moment that I was going to start following my passion and my inspiration, no matter where it led me. And I had a solar energy business at the time, and I really felt like I wanted to just feel alive with what I was creating. And, you know, from one thought led to another thought, led to another action, led to another action. And pretty soon, a whole meditation movement started like building itself before me that I was just in pure service to, which eventually became Unify. And everybody that came together in those early days to build it, it was like part of it. It was kind of like this emerging thing that was on the horizon of consciousness. And that's how it feels now in human society here, is we'll get like, after 9 years of organizing global synchronized meditations that evolved into global synchronized social action campaigns on like Earth Day, Peace Day, and World Water Day, here today organizing a 10-day broadcast and a global set of meditations on the 13th and the 14th to call on our star family to connect, so that we could usher in a new era for human society. And I never in my wildest dreams thought that I would be doing this, but it was really just a matter of following one foot of inspiration after another and continuing to open to more deep part of myself that wanted to express itself in this world. And I feel so blessed that I met Mark 5 years ago. He's been a big ally and supporter of many campaigns that we've organized, from Elevate the Vote. Even Danny was an advisor on that campaign. We had 1,600 flash mob meditations at polling stations across the country in 2016. With the hub event on the front steps of the Texas State Capitol, where we were live broadcasting to all the flash mobs at the same moment.
And I was there with you.
You were. Yeah. And it's just so incredible to watch this emerging movement, since I've been involved in this world since the beginning. And I think that I may be lucky to be in the place that I am, because I feel like an eternal optimist, because I'm seeing and witnessing the millions of people that are waking up every year and turning inward, and then choosing to act from a place of soul's purpose, more and more and more. And even though it feels like there's things cracking in human society, and crisis happening, and tension growing, to me, I'm seeing the swell of goodness underneath all that. And I'm witnessing all these things happening in human society as like a growing up, and kind of like we're like purging through to our next incarnation. And my goal and my hope and my prayer is that this harmonic convergence creates the opportunity for us as a human society to really realize that we are not alone. We are not alone with each other. We are not alone with nature. We are not alone with the animals on this planet and the rocks and the plants and the water. And we are not alone with this, our universal family. And even as simple as like, we're not alone with the stars and the planets that surround us. Like, we have so many relationships to fulfill us. And if we realize and feel ourselves as this collective, and we truly feel ourselves as a collective, then we'll start taking care of each other. And we will be fulfilled more so than ever before. And so that's my prayer, and that's my wish, and that's my joy. And I'm gonna go ahead and put my talking stick back into the middle of the circle. In 2.5 minutes, we have a marketing meeting with all our marketing heads here. There's about 40 to 50 people working on this campaign. And it's just been an absolute joy to like move through and evolve through all the challenges that we face to like reach this outcome that we're going to reach together on the 13th and the 14th.
Patrick, briefly before you put down the talking stick, I know you got to get to your meeting. A lot of people are thanking you for all that you're doing, but a lot of people don't know about Unify and are asking, well, what is Unify and what does it do and how do I get involved? Can you just briefly answer that, please?
Sure. So unify.org is a nonprofit organization that we officially began in 2012. We organize global synchronized meditations and days of social action. And so you could find us on unify.org or facebook.com/unify.
Great. Thank you, Patrick, for the great work you're doing, and good luck at your marketing meeting.
Thanks, guys. God bless you.
Okay. Debra?
Yeah, now we're going to, I want to also thank Patrick so much for being at the head of supporting Mark and creating so much. I know what it takes. So blessings and so much love to you, Patrick.
And Debra has been there for us since 2012 as well. Thank you, Debra.
Yeah.
Such an ally. All right, guys. Peace. Much love.
That's what we do these days. We all support each other, all work together. We're all in a common mission, but doing what our divine mission specific is. So it's really amazing times to do that. And now we're going to sprinkle some more fun magic and I don't know what else with Heather Rogers. Who knows what she's going to come up with next. Thank you, Heather.
Hey, everybody. Well, I'm thrilled to say I was out on my back porch terrace looking to spot an alien. And when I saw a ship, it pretty freaked me out. But you know what? I soon discovered they were friendly. They weren't Pleiadians, but they were a very nice family of Arcturians. And they took me to their ship, and we described is with cards. Started to run my about this, and then what happened is I felt this compression happening, and all of a sudden the Earth was so much further away. I thought, whoa, what's next? And I felt all this deeper compression, and then the Earth was really super tiny. And the next thing I knew, I was back on Earth getting ready to do this set. That's why my screen went blank, because I was going intergalactic. But the one thing they asked me, they said, can you tell us how to really drink? We want to take advantage of all the alcohol on Earth, and can you give us a few tips? And so I will now unveil the only drink that you will really ever need, and that is vodka. The truth is, vodka gives you the most bang for your buck. Trust me, I am road tested, and it has the least amount of calories. I don't think you'll ever find me drinking brandy. To me, that's just brown liquid you put into eggnog. I don't get it. And could someone please explain to me the interest around a blue Hawaiian? I mean, it's decidedly too girly, and it's got a lot of calories. And finally, anybody who drinks sangria is just an amateur. They don't understand the value of hard drinking. So just stick with me. Stay with vodka. You'll be glad you did, unless you black out and forget. So I have one more piece around true, heavy, hard drinking. For all of you aliens out there who don't know, as an aficionado, I will just that the way to truly optimize your drinking experience is to focus on quality and quantity. The first thing hard drinkers find is that their mind starts playing tricks on them. So they have to look out. The best remedy for that is to have another bottle, and then another, and then another. And I say, why just drink from one glass when you can drink from two? Excuse me, I'm in the middle of drinking. It's the best solo dinner party ever. Wish I had a Palladian here to share this with. Anyway, the one problem with this is I do eventually start using a lot of bottles. That's why I keep a search out. Oh, there's two more right there. So if you ever run out, there's always places to get more. There's the liquor store, the ones my ex-boyfriend hides from me. There's the neighbor when she's not home. Shots of Vicks Formula 44D cough syrup, and Amazon Rush Delivery. I do end up with an awful lot of recycling, but you know what? It's worth it. Thanks, guys. Happy Harmonic Convergence 2020.
That was amazing. So I want to just remind people that Heather does a lot of amazing things, and you can get her mini magic course at shelterinplacecomicrelief.com. Woo, that's a mouthful. Shelterinplacecomicrelief.com. And you can learn more about all the amazing things she does at heathermagic.com. Tell us a little bit about your mini magic course, Heather.
Oh, it's lovely. In fact, you don't have to go to that link. You can just go to my website and email me, and I'll send you the link to it. They're wonderful magical effects. There's 5 of them. And you learn, in fact, I'll tip one to you now, because if the aliens are watching, they might want to know. Here's when you'll learn. Like, you show your hands completely. I'll be quick because I know this is quick. You show your hands empty. Well, just you show your hands empty. You take an invisible coin, you flip it, and then a coin shows up on your hand. And you'll say, heads or tails? And then if it's heads, you say, you're right. If it's tails, say, well, even a broken clock is right twice a day. And the secret is a little bit of just glue, just a little bit of sticky glue. So it's there the whole time. But I don't want to give too much more away, but they're wonderful. They're just 2 minutes long, and they have practice sessions in them. And you'll become a magician and share your magic with the world.
Thank you so much, Heather, for sharing your magic with us. And I sure hope that you come back again soon. You've become the house magician. And that house comedian here, really, just fantastic.
It's a pleasure.
All right, and now to introduce our next speaker, it's back to Debra.
Great, thank you so much, Heather. And this next person is amazing. I call Daniel Sheehan Wonder Man. He has been behind so many incredible, significant work that has actually changed the course of history. For years, it's impossible to name it all. He's a graduate of Harvard College, Harvard Law School, Harvard Divinity School, trained in constitutional litigation, and he's an attorney, but he's used that wisdom, that skill, to do good in the world. One of his most well-known cases was the Cahill-Gordon law firm, was a landmark First Amendment case, New York Times, with the Pentagon Papers, in which the New York Times won the right for it and the Washington Post to publish a classified Pentagon study revealing the secret history of the Vietnam War. And he was also involved in the Karen Sokol case. She was the chemical technician that was exposing the crimes that were happening in the nuclear plant she was working on, and she got killed, and he was a part of that to bring that to justice. He has also worked for years on the rights of Native Americans, and including recently with Standing Rock. And everything he does, he used that wisdom and that law to support the benefit of all, with a deep spiritual understanding behind it. So I'm so happy to present good friend of Mark's and ours, Daniel Sheehan.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Scott, for co-hosting this thing, and thank you, Mark, and all the other people here. That I have just a few minutes here to try to communicate something which I think is of utmost importance here at a particular time that we're all going through together with this extraordinary convergence and beginning of this age of Aquarius, the actual astronomical beginning of it, an astrological beginning. And I wanted to communicate to you that of the a number of things that I've done in my past, some of which Debra was gracious enough to refer to, that I spent 10 years being chief counsel for the United States Jesuit headquarters in Washington, D.C., in their general office of social ministry. That was the entire area of trying to translate into social justice terms the values of Judeo-Christian social ethics, and actually a whole set of ethics around the world that believe in fundamental human rights, et cetera. And I was general counsel at their headquarters when I was asked to serve as a special counsel to the Jimmy Carter's request to find out what the position was of objective information on UFOs and ETs. And that's where it began. I was fortunate enough to get to participate briefly in that particular project, and later go on to be asked by John Mack, the director, the chairman of the Department of Clinical Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School, to represent him before the Harvard faculty, where he was called up in front of some kind of strange disciplinary committee for having published a book about his counseling of a number of several dozen people who believed they had had a direct encounter with extraterrestrial beings. And he was providing counseling for them and ended up writing about this. The Harvard faculty convened to kind of descend upon him to challenge his right to do this. And I wanted to share with you, my experiences in working for John to go talk to people around the world who had had these direct experiences, and high-level military officials that knew about the existence of the UFOs, and to actually provide a defense for John Mack at Harvard University to defend his belief that there were extraterrestrial beings visiting our planet. And so I got to meet all kinds of people around the world that have had these experiences, the psychologists that help counsel a lot of these people around the world. And the most important thing that I want to report to you in just the brief minutes that I have with you this evening is that shortly after I had completed being the chief counsel for the Jesuit National Headquarters Social Ministry Office, the Jesuits participated in the issuance of a major statement at the Vatican in 2009 after a whole week-long meeting with astrologists, astronomical scientists, and biophysicists and everyone, and came out and made an official announcement that the Vatican was now convinced, based upon the discovery in more and more of these exoplanets and the upcoming ability of the Webb telescope to be able to blank out the glitter of the star, so that we're actually going to be able to see the surface of a number of these exoplanets around our galaxy, and to be able to determine what the makeup of their atmosphere is, et cetera. And so we're right on the brink now, and they made this announcement that because of these discoveries, much sooner than had been previously anticipated, our human family is going to discover the existence of extraterrestrial life, and that this is going to have an extraordinary impact on our human family. And we need to start now, they said, having a serious discussion among ourselves about the profound philosophical and theological questions that are posed to us as a human family, by discovering that we're no longer at the apex of all evolved biological life in the universe. And even though we've been dethroned from at one time thinking they were in the center of the universe, when we discovered that wasn't true with Copernicus and Galileo, we simply shifted over to designing a scheme where we were at the pinnacle of the pyramid of all evolved consciousness in the universe. And our self-image has been built in virtually all of our human-based philosophies around the planet, the secular philosophies, in that being true about our human family. And here we are on the brink now, even of the Universal Catholic Church, the largest religious denomination in all of Western civilization, saying that, look, we're on the brink of now discovering life in the universe, and we have to answer and talk about these profound philosophical and theological questions. That's why I'm participating with all of you as a large family, trying to coax our human family into asking these questions and discussing with each other what we believe about what our human family is and what it is that our shortcomings are, how we can help fix these, and how we can merit, full participation with the extraterrestrial civilization, where there are many, many planets that have millions of years in advance of ours, technologically and biologically. We don't know yet for certain whether spiritually they have evolved in some teleological unfolding that is yet to come in our unfolding. We don't know yet. But to reach out to them in our very best to understand who we are and to answer these profound questions that are posed to us by the upcoming direct confirmation of existence of extraterrestrial life. Because I, as general counsel for the Jesuits, I went and talked directly to Father Funes, who was the director of the Pontifical Observatory in Rome, the Vatican Observatory, who made these projections as an official of the Catholic Church on November 10th of 2009. So this is a very important moment that we're in as a human family, and to learn how to become children of the stars and bring with us the values of our planet is extraordinarily important. This is a cosmic moment. There's time for us to all share in Mark's vision and the vision of all of our family here to reach out together collectively through this capacity that we have to join our consciousnesses together, to reach out to them, to welcome them and to ask for their welcome of us into their galactic family. So that's the kind of moment that we're at right now. And I just appreciate getting a few moments just to share my happiness with you all about the fact that we've come to this point in time.
Thank you so much, Danny, for all you do. I've been watching you for so many years. I think all of us that are kind of in this great global tribe are aware of your amazing contributions. And thank you for sharing this information. A couple of people have been asking, is there a good place to go to get more information about, kind of how the organizations you're describing are disclosing and are putting out the information? Is there a central website or place you can recommend people going?
Well, it's there've been a number of them that the MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, is a very, very sound and reliable source of information about the number of sightings, et cetera. And there's also there's a metaphysical library up in Ashland, Oregon, where Jordan Pace and Christy Stewart run that up there. And they've got almost every single interview that's ever been done with people who have recorded having contact, all the people that do presentations at the UFO gatherings, et cetera. So that place, the Metaphysical Library up in Ashland, Oregon, is a place to get the answers to almost all kinds of questions that you would have, as well as going to Jan and the people at the Mutual UFO Network.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Danny. You've been on our show before, and we hope you're going to come back again, because there's so many topics you know so much about. Thank you.
It's a privilege to be here. Thank you, guys.
Mark, I'm just headed to you. Need you to unmute yourself. Is that Tezjbar that's next to you?
Hello. Hi. I just happened to have a guest who just arrived at our studio here at the Ojai Retreat and Inn, where we're doing our broadcast. And this is Baba G, and he is an amazing being who I can't get into, but I'm just so blessed. I'm for a loss of words, truly.
And I was
Wow.
trying to say that the feeling is like the same. I mean, I've never felt this good in my life. It's like being home.
Yeah, we're home. We
Yeah.
really are. This is such a special time. And Danny, thank you for being on the program this evening and sharing all this wonderful information with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, my bud.
Wow. Is there anything you want to say about Valiant Thor?
Yes, I would. Valiant Thor was a emissary from the Federation of Light to bring a message to President Eisenhower and Vice President Nixon back in the late 1950s. And that proposal was ultimately rejected. He was going to offer technology for the benefit of Earth. And the powers that be at that time felt that the technology that would result in the ending of sickness, for instance, cancer, would result in putting doctors out of business and the pharmaceutical industry out of business, and ultimately the military out of business. And so unfortunately they rejected the offer by Valiant Thor. Valiant Thor spent 3 years at the Pentagon as a special guest. And after 3 years of trying to negotiate a peace treaty with the exchange of technology to benefit humanity, he left. But he's still around. And I know this sounds wild, but it's true. And he's with us, you can say. So we're really living in extraordinary times, as Babaji here knows. I just want to say this great man next to me, like myself, experienced an amazing communion with a higher dimensional being that eventually, you accepted and taught you many things. Is that right?
I totally surrendered to what they call the greater self. There's the real self. Some people call it God or the God self.
Yes.
And for us to realize who we really are, that's called self-realization.
Right.
And that it's been around for thousands of years.
Right.
The people that are responsible mostly for bringing it to the West are Vivekananda and Paramahansa Yogananda. And since then, there's been, several. Muktananda. I met probably a half a dozen myself, and now I feel that I am one. I was drawn to them, and I learned from them, and I read the scriptures, and I did the prayers and the yoga, and I realized that we are the one. There's only one, and it's us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
Isn't it wonderful?
We are the ETs.
Yes, we are. Yes, we're extraterrestrial. We have spacesuits. That's what
Yeah.
I call the body. It's just something that we have to wear while we're breathing the oxygen. But I think that there's a time when we don't need the body and we can travel in space without it.
Right.
And somehow those of us who came here to help us out incarnated in us as us. It's
Right.
hard for us to find words to describe it, but yeah, it's sort of like we're all God or something like that,
We are.
Yeah. God is us. God is in us as us, and that's it. And we just have to realize it. And we're here to help. If anyone wants to know more about it, that's why I'm here.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. Well, we're here together because we are one, and we want everyone else to join us and just be one with us.
Right.
And no more separation. No more politics or religion or race or financial status. It's all just going to go away. We're just going to be here and have fun.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
question for all the people in our audience.
Yeah.
There's about 300 people in the Zoom room and thousands watching. Am I the only one getting a contact high off these two guys?
Sure.
Heather, I think. Heather, you getting one too? It's not just me? I mean, you
Oh,
got to start with the vodka and all the bottles, right?
And
I think
Heather,
that's-
I am such a fan of yours. I think you're incredible, and
Mhm.
I have plans, if you're open to it, to take you on the road with the band that I'm forming called the Harmonic Convergence 2020 ET Band. This is true, and you'll be hearing more about it. And I think you have an important contribution to make as part of our tour. So I'll talk to you more about that in the coming weeks ahead after this, Harmonic Convergence 2020 event is over. It's just the beginning of a multi-year endeavor that will help to raise the consciousness of all beings on this planet until we get everybody on board and we all become one in celebration of love and peace and joy. And through music and song and comedy and magic and
dance.
and dance,
Yes.
for sure. And you perform magic with such grace and humor. And Hugh, this magic note that I use in my daily meditation, is in so many of the important words in the English language, like human, uh, humor,
More.
and there's a whole routine I can imagine you doing with the hue and with magic, because magic is so important. Mystery gives such awe to our world and to what we are. And so thank you for everything you do and the way that you do it with such beauty and grace and reverence for life. It's really amazing to watch you. I'm a huge fan.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I feel the visceral sensation of all creation, when I'm doing this work. And so I'm just resonance for the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, for our next magic trick, we're going to actually try and finish this show before midnight, California time. And
Oh, we've got 3 hours.
all the way from Bangkok, our speaker for the night. And he's been with us from the beginning. God bless him. He's been watching for 4 hours now. Mark, tell us a little bit about Willard.
Oh my gosh, what a brother this man is. So Willard was introduced to me through a mutual friend of ours who was on earlier, Celestine Starr, who Celestine, if you're still on, there's so many people in this Zoom room. I don't know if you're on. I'm sure you are somewhere. I love you, sister. You're amazing. What a blessing it was to meet you last February in Los Angeles at the Life Conscious Expo. And you ended up introducing me to this angel, this earth angel, in the form of Willard Vanden Bogart. And Willard, like me, was called by a higher divine or higher multidimensional, higher interdimensional being, of which merged with him. And he published a book just last month on the 18th of June called Alien Child, in which he tells the true story about him in 1952 as a young man of 12 years of age, was awakened in the middle of the night, told to walk outside. He heard voices, and the voices told him to look up into the stars, and they said, "We are from the stars." And at that moment, he fell asleep on the cliffs of Nahant, Massachusetts, a small island just north of Boston off the coast there of Massachusetts. And his father, looking for him frantically in the morning, came and found him on the very edge of a cliff of the Atlantic Ocean and woke him up. And he found out years later that he had indeed merged with a higher dimensional being that has been with him and informing him on various projects, including, I believe, and Willard, I'll let you talk a little bit to this, but he was instrumental in becoming a part of Jose Arguelles's original Harmonic Convergence. He became a dear friend of Jose's back in the 70s, They met in Washington, D.C. through Barbara Marks Lamb, who is another UFOologist. They were together at an event there, and through her met Jose Arguelles. And so, Willard, why don't you share with us from how you got involved in the Harmonic Convergence, became good friends with Jose, and then we were introduced together. And again, I just have to say there's so many parallels in our lives. Since I was introduced to him about 8 days or 9 days ago, we've been in constant communication. So Willard, are you unmute yourself, Willard, so we can hear what you have to say. You're just such a brother. I love you, man.
Well, I'm so happy to be a part of this family, and I can say hello, star being, and I think this event, I'll go quickly, has given me the confidence to actually say that it's a hard thing to say, but you have to live with it, that I'm an actually star being, and it's been a lifetime. The book Alien Child, I'm 12 years old. You can do the math. I'm 80 years old now, so it took a while to come to that conclusion of how I became what I am today. In 1971, I went to Washington, D.C., and I met Barbara Marks Hubbard. I gave a performance for her. And then a little later, in 1975, I met Jose. And as a result of something that I had written for Barbara. And Jose and I became friends. He used to teach at San Francisco State. He let me lecture in some of his classrooms, and told me about many of the books he was writing, Mayan Factor. And he told me in a couple of years there's going to be something special, Willard. He said, you better stick around. And then he wrote, then he came out with the Dream Spell, but no one knew quite what that was. And I ended up being very close. I wish Jose could have played the flute for this evening. He loved to play the flute. But anyway, I ended up with about 10,000 of his Dream Spell kits, and no one knew quite what they were, really. They were beautiful, and I'm a white crystal dog, and everyone knew their glyph from the Mayan civilization. And he brought forth the mathematics of the calendric system of the 13 moons, and everyone became enthralled with that. And I was on Mount Shasta in 1987, and I think millions of people around the world were on all sacred sites, and that was a big thing. But let me see, what else is so important is Mark had this experience on November on 2012, and I was on the top of a mesa in Chaco Canyon, the star people of the ancient Pueblos. I knew about them, and I wanted to be in a place that really I could see the stars, and I could feel I call it the cognitive armillary, the way the universe turns, the way it will, coming up in July 14th. There's a big gravitational effect on that. But anyway, I was on top of that mesa, and believe it or not, the same people that talked to me when I was 12 years old, I just was standing there, and they said, "Welcome back, Willard." And, you have to stand 4 degrees above zero, and I listened to that story. And they told me, just like Tezjbar had told Mark, they asked me to do a few things, basically tell everyone who they are, what they're up to. And over the last 8 years, I've been publishing a lot of works, and finally come out with this during COVID. I'll call it a COVID manuscript. Actually, being on lockdown for 4 months in Bangkok, I got this voice that finish your book, Willard. And I went about and finished it. And Mark and I met at the same time the Harmonic Convergence 2020 was taking place. I mean, we actually coincidentally just merged together on our independent paths. So this evening has made me feel more confident, more alive, and more a part of a family that, I think we all need to know about. And I think that's the service that this broadcast is given to me. And I hope it allows everyone else to be able to come out and say, I am a star being. And that's a big jump, but that's who I am. And I tried to say all the experiences that I went through in life to make that possible. And then, but I would like to say that coming up on this Harmonic Convergence 2020, is an amazing time, not only for millions of people that are going to be meditating, the intention of that, but what happens to ourselves could happen. We all could be meeting our star beings for the very first time. So if there's any contribution I could make as a lifelong story, trying to show you that here I am for the very first, it's true, the great come out. It's hard, it brings a little choking up a little bit, but you say you're a star being, and that's a new evolution. And I think everything that I've heard tonight is this evolutionary admittance of our own beings and what that means. So my message is that all of us meditating, I love the Hugh meditation. It's a great phoneme. I love phonemes, and the Hugh phoneme is great. H-U, Hugh, Hugh, Hugh. And you also can sing Hughs, by the way. I love singing Hughs. But everyone should actually clear themselves with whatever meditation. I use the Vipassana, the breathing exercise by Buddhadaka Bhikkhu in Bangkok, in the forest monk of Thailand. And if you can have no thought whatsoever, but you just have the breath that keeps you alive, the universal breath that keeps you alive. In that moment when there's nothing else in your mind that's come from the entrainment and from all of the information that's come our way, that's when a whole new energy filters through, and you have your whole being to interpret it, and you catch it, and you become a new person. And in fact, if you accept it, all of us would become a new person in an instant. And then that would be, I don't want to say an army, but a tribe, a tribal organization of conscious beings that whatever their talent might be, whatever their interests are, they would apply that to whatever it is, cleaning the plastic in the ocean, feeding the animals, helping the children in Nepal, whatever it needs to be done to change the situation that we're in. That's the biggest message. And the other one is saying, nice to meet you, Mark. Star being to star being. I mean, that's a big jump. And the music tonight really took me over the edge. I mean, it just great sounds. So harmonic resonance, being open to messages from other people in the galaxy is a real thing. And I'm really just a pleasure to be here. It's an affirmation beyond belief.
Thank you so much for coming all the way from Bangkok and all that we kind of went through to get the technology going. And what a beautiful way for you to kind of close out as speakers. Wow. I mean, these videos are just absolutely incredible. I mean, just the visuals, the music, I mean, the production values are just top notch. Usually when we have live musicians playing, I like to show the responses of people, but I couldn't do that because the visuals were so good. But Heather and Jim and Mark and Danny and everybody, Willard, who's still here watching, they're like, so pretty amazing. Speaking of wow, we got another pretty amazing photograph that I want to show that Debra took. So I'm going to put the spotlight on you, Debra, just to set it up while I get the photo ready to show people. So where are you, Debra? There she is.
Yeah, Scott, you asked us to share videos, and I did some traveling with Celestine in magical France on a Mary Magdalene journey. And while we were in Lourdes, we did a very sacred healing together. It was very perceptible, very clear. Both of us were in this trance of healing. And then we looked up and Celestine says, oh, there's my family. And there was a whole cloud formation of a series of a fleet, it looked like. Oh, that one is from Shasta.
Oh, wrong one. There's
But
another
this one is given to us by Roubier on top of Shasta. So that's a pretty amazing photo as well. And that's what we saw when we looked right above.
Wow.
So pretty amazing, very unique, very different.
What was your emotional feeling like when you're having that experience? What goes on inside of your body?
I was in an altered state anyway from the healing. So it was all part of the experience that we were having. And then the whole trip was magical every single day. Being on a sacred mystical trip with Celestine, you can imagine you're going to have mystical experiences every day. So, and it was very heartful and very connecting. And she had a very important sacred activation in her third eye along with that. So it was a whole thing.
And a reminder that Celestine is going to be doing another Star Watch, UFO Watch this Tuesday night. You know, I'm going to go one more time for any of you who missed it. Barbara Lovejoy sent these two pictures to us taken in Marin County above Greenbrae. And so, you know, as you look at these photos, when you see extraordinary clouds in the sky, let's open our imagination. You know, I did a pair of interview shows last night with Celestine and Gus Macraeus and 5 other experiencers. We did 3 people at 6 o'clock and 4 people at 9 o'clock. And a big part of what these people who have these experiences talk about is be willing to imagine. And how perfect, since we just heard the song Imagine. Be willing to imagine. Be willing to imagine. Don't censor yourself. Let's step outside of the matrix and into the other worlds. And that's what tonight's been all about. The music from Olax and Sonic Butterfly, taking us into other dimensions, hearing from indigenous elders, and again, Olax from Siberia, the Chumash Indian elder that we heard from, and Willard, our elder star child all the way from Bangkok. It's been really, really something. Thank you. So this is where, if anybody wants to appear on the show, this is our community connection time, where we open it up to those people who might want to just offer. We ask that you keep it to a minute, especially since the show is almost at 4 hours long right now. We're approaching 4 hours. And for me, 8 hours, because that's how long I'll be doing sound checks. But we do want to hear, if any of you want to be on the show, please pop a note into the message box. And we are going to start with Christy Michaels. Christy's a very, very dear
I would like to share one more thing.
Oh, sure.
That we are going to continue this for the month of July. I want to make people realize that we are going to take it again to the next level next week. So we are going to, next week, the show is going to be the highlights of the harmonic convergence and what's next. So we have a whole other group of speakers. And of course, Mark's going to be here to be our host and spearhead. And we're really going to reflect on everything that's been experienced in this. And you can tell it's going to be amazing because of already what we've done here tonight. And I just want to thank everyone, all the presenters, all the people, and especially Mark for spearheading this consciousness and this incredible show of so much love and so much community and so much elevation of our consciousness. So thank you so much. And then July 25th, we are going to continue one more. We are going to celebrate the Day Out of Time, which officially that's the day, Global Peace Through Cultural Day. And again, we'll have amazing speakers. So thank you so much love.
And thank you, Deborah, for all that you do to make this happen, including reminding me of the things that I forget to do. I'm so grateful. You're an amazing partner. Absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to hear from a few friends that have asked to come in. I'm going to start with Christy Michaels. a very beloved member of our community, telling you
Hi.
about another upcoming event that many of us are going to participate in.
Yes, thank you so much, Scott. I am just so thrilled and so touched tonight. It's like gives me so much hope because, you know, I was in my teenage years back when we were the flower children. And I thought for sure by the time I got to retirement age that the thought of war, that would be a thing of the past. And so this gives me renewed hope. But what it requires from my perspective and how it's embellished my life is the rise of the divine feminine. So as women get their courage to stand and take a stand for being divine and equal partnership with the divine masculine, the sacred masculine, allowing and supporting women to come forward in their divine nature. And so we are going to have a rise in love on July 22nd, which is the feast day of Mary Magdalene. And women will be coming from all over who are devoted. We call them the forerunners of Mary. These are women who resonate, Mary being the title that was given to the sacred holy women who knew they were one with God, who knew their divine intention and purpose. And we have a culture that has lost the sacred feminine. And so she is now rising, joining with the sacred masculine and standing in intention. And we're going to light a candle. And those of you that don't believe lighting a candle of intention is enough to turn the tide, you need to know the backstory of how the Berlin Wall came down, which is a story I have in a YouTube video of mine, and I can post it in the chat room. But basically, a woman who was doing work on Children for Peace lit a candle at the Berlin Wall. And then she was invited when the wall came down to a peace advocate ceremony where peace workers were given a piece of wall for their peace work. And she was very curious because she had been to the wall to do her peace work. And she found out that the wall crack, the first crack in the wall, was exactly where she put her candle. So come bring your candles, stand in truth, hold the sacred, join us on July 22nd. And I think you have a flyer or something you can share, Scott?
Do me a favor. Send the flyer again for me to pull up, okay?
Okay.
And I will pull that up and show it before we finish tonight.
Okay, thank you so much. Blessed be.
Blessed be. Thank you, Christy. All right, we're going to hear next from Debra Haviland, all the way from Florida.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to say thank you so much to this amazing show tonight. Thank you to Debra and to Scott for hosting this and really getting it going so that all of us can enjoy this and all the ways that it's evolved, and for what Mark Sims has brought forward tonight. Hearing these songs, it's such a full circle, starting for me in the mid 70s in Santa Cruz, where we were celebrating these songs and having contact from the Pleiades and leading retreats on Mount Shasta and praying all night and fasting for 10 days on water on Mount Shasta and again in Yosemite. We were so much living this, and to see it expressed now coming full circle, and that for all of us, I know everyone here, that you've all been having these experiences, and it's just so fulfilling to see that the message is getting so clear and so just multifaceted and profound, and how it's going out to more and more people because of our technology. So I just want to express profound gratitude. And I am going to be hosting a show that's linked with the Love Coach Academy, which has helped us all get our Zooms out. And it's going to be on Sundays at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, called Universal Heart Wisdom, and inviting masters, gurus, dancers, musicians, everyone who's expressing this onto that show. So thank you all. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Deborah. And here is the flyer for what Guisti was just talking about. And so it's going to be a beautiful, I've used my Zoom and hosted a couple of her other events, and they're really always quite beautiful. So do join us on July 22nd. And if there's another one you want me to send, Guisti, please send it to me, all right? Gary Woolman, if you're ready to go next, please turn your camera on so I know that you're ready to go. That's who we've got planned for the next person. And there you are. All right.
I am. Good to see you, Scott, after all.
Good to see you too. A lot of years, many years.
Oh my goodness, 23.
It's not sustainable because it's not the truth.
You need to mute yourself. There we go. There we go.
I'm in Australia these days, and I'm very moved by the combination of all of the invocations, prayers, and songs that we're bringing our world so much closer together. This is my connection too to California, and having left there 23 years ago, this reconnects me to how a number of us all met. And in gratitude and in following what Guisti, you shared about being a candle, I have a song, a short song I'd like to sing in honor of our sharing the light together. It goes like this. I am a candle and you are a flame, and we are illuminating. So with all your power, shine your light, shed your fears and rise above distinction so bright. Show us your beauty, release caring love. Trust this compassion links earth and heaven above. Now, if you would all with me, let's do this together. Reach now, reach up into the air. Take a deep breath in, inspiration. Yes, good, good, good. And receive blessings of angels. Touch us, so please, with gifts and prayers of peace. Thank you. So, yes, good. Lift us together. Hear devotion's part. It's ours to wake all peoples, fellow players of God. For we are the candle, and we are that flame, and we are illuminating. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gary, for joining us. Thank you so, so much. It was beautiful, really beautiful. I'm going to just do a quick Zoom link here. This is where you can get more information about Guisti's event. If you go to gospelofmarymagdalene.info, gospelofmarymagdalene.info, and that's where there's a flyer about her July 22nd event. You can join her mailing list. You can learn everything you want to know about it. It'll go from 6 o'clock till 8:30 p.m. I know that Debra Guisti and I will be there. We'll be promoting it. So thank you very much. And I'm going to go to Mark and his special guest. I couldn't tell if you said Babaji or Papaji, but any other thoughts, Mark, that you or your dear friend next door want to say something?
Hold on, Scott. I've got a technical difficulty. I know you can hear me, but my earbuds here got tangled up. So I'm going to give Babaji, my special guest here, one of my earbuds. The reason I have to do this is because it goes into yeah, there you go. Is because my computer, the mic doesn't work. So I have to use a wire with a mic on it so that you can hear me. Babaji showed up. Babaji, why don't you share with everyone a little bit about why you decided to come here today?
Well, somehow I ended up on this YouTube channel or something. I don't know what it was. Golden Dawn, Hermetic, whatever. I don't know. Some of that esoteric stuff, right? And I don't even know how I got on there. I just found myself there, and I scrolled down and I saw you, and it was a video. It was live streaming, and I listened, and I said, you know, I had the same experience. This guy's done the same thing that I've done. Got too high and couldn't really communicate with anyone, and people for years and years and years have told me I'm tripping, and I just have to go with that, you know. But if everybody was tripping, maybe we'd be better off, right? Because the trip I'm on is like where we can all love each other and we can all be happy and we can do everything we can to make it better for everybody. The planet can be healed. We can probably have fun. And that's all I want to do is just enjoy my time on planet Earth and make it possible for everyone else to have the same time that I'm having. You know, why should I keep it to myself?
Right.
And so here we are, having the time of our life. Thank you.
So Babaji, you were sharing with me just a few moments ago about a awakening, a type of awakening you had in which you were being communicated with, and you were being given messages that you were having a hard time integrating. Can you share that experience?
Well, in the beginning, it was sort of like something outside of myself. Like I was being approached by some entities. I was working for the government at the time, and I thought it had something to do with the CIA or the KGB. You know, they were like, I thought maybe it was some sort of a technology that they were using to communicate to me. And I was pretty afraid of it. And after a while, they started telling me that they wanted to use me. They wanted to direct the course of my life. I thought, no, I don't think so. You know, this is my life and I'll do it my way. And they told me, well, you know, you're not doing a very good job. You're being a real bad representative or an example. If everyone were to follow you, right? I mean, I'd have to take my car out every night and use a whole tank of gas just to, you know, to maintain my status. I was in Detroit, Michigan, driving a brand new Corvette. And, you know, I had an image to maintain. And I remember smoking cigarettes and dumping the ashtrays out on the street and, you know, not thinking about recycling. And, you know, I mean, I was terrible. And they just called me on all that stuff. They said, why don't you just straighten up your life? You know, why do you have to live this way? And I listened for about 6 months and I finally decided they were right. And I surrendered. I gave it up. I said, okay, you can have it. And I've given them my life. I've given them my body. I don't really have a will of my own. You know, this thing about free will, not for me. I gave it up. I don't want any part of it. I just want to do the greater good. And it's the greater self. It's nothing outside of ourself. It's me, but it's a higher me. It's not the other me. It's the real me. And if everybody could just quit being whatever it is they are and just be what it is I am, that's it. And the I am present in all things. And that's all it is. And it took me what? I started in 1967, and I'm finally getting a language that I can use to maybe present it properly to other people so that they won't be afraid. All you have to do is it's like you're in a car and there's 2 steering wheels and you got one and the other people have the other and they're more qualified. You know, they've got their certificates and you're just playing around. And you might as well just let go of the wheel and let them have their way. And that's what I'm saying. Come on down, you know, all of you, come on in. We're inviting you into our hearts and we want all of us just to be one, and you're the only one that can do it for us because we're just in the way. Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is a true brother. This he felt called. He knew somehow where we were broadcasting from. We've been keeping it pretty quiet actually about where we are. Where were you when you first discovered where we were? We were in it?
Well, you gave it away. You were sitting here in front of the mountains. I've seen these mountains. I was here in Ojai in 1975. I started a Hare Krishna temple in the Upper Valley.
Oh.
And so I was kind of bringing spirituality into, well, it wasn't me, Theosophical Society. I did a one-on-one with J. Krishnamurti one time. We got a 20-minute video, he and I talking together. under the oak trees here in Miners Oaks. So this is home to me. And when you said, well, I'm sitting here in Ojai waiting for a spaceship, I said, oh, wow, I got to get on with it. And then you said, what, 2020, Harmonic Convergence? I said, well, I did the other two. I did Sedona and I did Joshua Tree. I can't miss this one. And I just had to come. And here I am. So this is it.
This is beautiful. Mark, in a moment, there are some questions that I've been collecting for you. But before I do that, a couple things. So give me a minute because I'm going to pull that together. And I want to introduce Dana, who will probably end in about 15 minutes, I imagine. Dana, if you turn on your camera, I'll know that you're ready. And she's going to share with us a little bit. There she is. Now, I saw somewhere that it was your birthday. What day is your birthday going to be? Oh, we need to unmute you, dear. Let's see.
My birthday is July 22nd.
Oh, the same day as Christy's event.
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect. So come
Hi,
to
Dana.
Dana's very special birthday party, which Christy's putting on along with Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene and Christy are putting on a birthday party for you, Dana.
That's awesome. I know it's Mary Magdalene Day. It's a special day.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's amazing. All right, so now we don't want people to go there too quickly, but tell us a little bit about the after party.
Right. So aloha, everyone. And for all of you Soul Tribe, every night as part of this Harmonic Convergence event, we host a very special after party or open conversation room where we gather together on Zoom, and it's interactive, and we discuss whatever people want to discuss that's inspired by the event. We talk about the day's themes. People bring up just whatever topics are dear to their heart that are related to what we're all doing here together. Sometimes we go off into sub rooms, like different conversation rooms on different topics. Sometimes we all stay in the same room, and it just kind of depends. It's completely co-created, spontaneous, and it's just so much fun. So I invite you all to join us in the after party. It's every evening starting at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Usually it wraps up about 9 p.m. Pacific time, but some people stay after as well. They go into like the late night. And you can join us after this event over there. And I've put the Zoom link a couple times into the chat. Maybe I can do that one more time.
Yeah, put it in one more time. Yeah, put it in one more time and I'll post it.
I also put it on Facebook. And this event is being hosted by Peter Melton, who has this initiative called The Conversation, which is even broader than this after party event. It's going to go on and be like this open conversation. And I'm helping out as well as a co-host. So you can join us there. I welcome you all, and it's just really fun. And Mark joins us too sometimes. It's been great to have Mark on with us.
I sure do. I sure do, Dana. And it's such a privilege. Thank you for having me. And what we've been doing is actually the CE6 meditation for global contact. And it's been working, right, Dana?
Awesome. Yeah, it's really been working. Like in the moment, people showing taking pictures of sightings that they're having after we do the meditation live. And they've been sharing their screens and pictures of sightings in the sky. Just amazing. It's just been really, really inspiring.
That's right. We've been really doing this experiment even before the 13th and 14th. We've been doing it on a smaller scale using Zoom. And Dana and her co-host Peter have been doing a wonderful job of leading that. And so I've on occasion come in and led a meditation, a CE6 meditation, singing the hue. And afterwards we look up outside, and some people have been seeing lights, and configurations, and taking pictures and sharing them with us here at the Harmonic Convergence 2020 staff. And so we're compiling these along with other data that we're collecting through the website to publish the statistics on what people believe and what is happening to them. And this is a real phenomenon. It's really quite amazing.
Beautiful.
Definitely is.
Thank you, Dana. And I do have some questions that have come in over the course of the night for you, Mark. And one that actually is appropriate, you just talked a little bit about it. Terry Russo asks, why Hugh instead of Ohm?
Well, Ohm, I'm no expert in this, but Hugh is a tone that, according to Eckankar, is the sound of creation. And all sounds are combined into this one sacred sound. It's a primordial sound of creation. And we sing it as Ekast to God. We are told by the Mahanta, the leader of Eckankar, the living Mahanta, who is
Darwin Gross?
No, oh shoot, I'm sorry, I can't recall his name at the moment.
Paul Twitchell. And then
Yeah, Paul Twitchell was the founder of Eckankar back in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
He was an Air Force pilot after World War II who went to Athens, well, to Greece, and was told at the Oracle of Delphi to go to Tibet to study at a monastery there, which he did for many years. And then he brought the teachings of Eckankar to the West and established in Los Angeles originally. And then he moved the headquarters to Las Vegas. And now the headquarters is in Manchasson, Minnesota. And it's Harold Klemp is the current Mahanta. And I was in Ekast for 2 years. I left Eckankar because Tezjbar told me I had studied what I needed to learn there. And the main thing I learned was the Hugh. There were other things I learned, but their main exercise is singing the Hugh, and it's lovely. And it opened me up to that experience, connecting me with the higher realms of God and of creation. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. I've got a question for Danny Sheehan. Hopefully, Danny, you're going to notice this. Danny, are you hearing me okay? Just if you could unmute yourself.
Yep.
And
Oops,
this comes from Morgine Jordan. She asks, does anyone know the name of the book that the man wrote who interviewed all those people that Mr. Sheehan talked about? The name of the book.
She may well be talking about Dr. John Mack. Dr. John Mack wrote a book called Abduction, Human Encounters with Aliens, that he had originally wanted to do a major article in the New England Journal of Medicine, actually reporting about the normalcy of the people that had been sent to him to have these clinical psychiatric examinations, high-level military officials who had insisted upon reporting a UFO despite everybody's pushback against them. But the experience was so profound to them that they insisted upon communicating this officially to the Air Force and other military services, police departments and things like that. And so he would get these people sent to him to have these psychiatric exams. And so he kept giving them these full battery of all these tests and everything, and discovered that they were all well within the normal parameters of normalcy, except for this experience that they had. And it didn't seem to serve them any good purpose because it hurt their careers and everything else. So he wanted to write an article in the New England Journal of Medicine about it. So he submitted a full manuscript of a study of all these people. And the editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine sent it back to him and said, we're not going to publish this. And John was not only the chairman of the Department of Clinical Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School, he was a Pulitzer Prize winning author. He wrote the definitive psychobiography of T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, a major book called The Prince of Our Disorder. But when they wouldn't publish this article for him, he got really upset about it, in short, and he went to a publisher and they published the story. And it was his book called, they put the name on it, Abductions, Human Encounters with Aliens, but he tells the story of all kinds of the people that I got to interview in his defense. But there were others, dozens of others who I got to really get to talk to. That's how I met most of the major people that are involved, many of whom are dead now, but I got to meet almost all of them back in 1994, including Bob Dean, and all of them, many of whom are gone now. You know, Bud Hopkins and all of the people at the origins of this thing in the 1950s and 60s. So the bottom line is that book, that one book called Abduction, Human Encounters with Aliens, is probably the book you're talking about, dear. But there's another one that he wrote called Passport to the Cosmos, which has more stories, has more detailed stories. And it's with the kind of credibility of the chairman of the Department of Clinical Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School, laying out these stories. And it had such a profound impact on people around the country. It was sort of introductory to all of this information you're now getting from the To the Stars Academy about the sightings off California of the USS Nimitz. And it's constantly taking videos of these craft going and coming in and out of the sea in between the southern end of California and Baja over into the Catalina Island. You know, there's an entire array. They've deployed the USS Nimitz, an entire carrier group to monitor what's going on down there, and people aren't even really talking about it much. I mean, but they've now showed videos of them. They're pressed to show the F-18 video camera shots of them, you know. So that you put that together with the book of John Mack that you're inquiring about right now, you've got active visitation going on now, being acknowledged by the United States Defense Department in the front page of the New York Times. This is a very interesting period, this one, as I indicated in my statements before. But that's the book that you might want to go to get some firsthand, totally credible accounts. We've also interviewed them. That's what the Disclosure Project was all about. We presented 20 government officials who had reported UFO incidents, full U.S. Air Force colonels who insisted upon reporting to NORAD the fact that a major UFO came down over his Nike site and shut off all 20, no, Minuteman, it was a Minuteman site, shut off all 24 of the missiles that are all totally independently wired. And they shut them all off at the same time. And he insisted upon calling NORAD and telling them that this had happened. And they said, you know, are you trying to report a UFO incident? And he said, that was the most important moment of my entire life. He said, and I said, yes, I am. And they said, well, that's bizarre because both to the west of you and to the east of you, the other Minuteman stations have all reported the same thing. They've all had a UFO appear and shut off all their Minuteman missiles. And so that I got to take this man to his congressman, to sit him down with his congressman, to tell him what he had seen. And John Mack, when they interview the people like this and then put into the book the account of these people, it had a great deal of impact. I think some of the greatest impact of any particular one person, though there are many important people that have been working in this field for the last 50 years, basically ever since, well, longer than that now, ever since Roswell. In 1947, people have devoted their lives to trying to get this information out to people. But it's been encrusted with this conspiracies of the government trying to suppress it, all of which is true, of course. But the people have kept on coming and kept on reporting and going and telling people like John Mack and telling other people. Barbara Lamb, for example, is a wonderful, beautiful lady who's interviewed hundreds of people who've had this experience. So that I'm saying that we're in this extraordinary period now, and for Mark and others to have the courage to come forward to start discussing this, say, look, let's understand, take it as a given that this is going on now. Now, what are we going to do about it? How are we really going to respond to this in a positive, constructive way so that we can take our place, in the galactic family and actually travel into space and go to other worlds. I mean, this is like being natives on the shoreline of a small island, discovering that there's a 20th century going on out around you, and they didn't even know about it. So that's the stage that we're at right now. So I'm glad to refer people to John Mack's book. It was a privilege to get to represent him in front of the Harvard Faculty Committee. And it was a privilege to know him as a friend.
Thank you, Danny. You know, I do an interview show every Friday night. And last night I did 2 episodes of it because there's so many interesting people around this harmonic convergence. I'd love to have you on our show next Friday night if you're available. We can really go more in depth with some of your stories. So let us know if you're available on Friday night, July 17th.
Yeah,
It'll be amazing to have you.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Yeah, my pleasure, Danny. You know, for many years, I produced a lot of nationally broadcast television shows on UFOs. I was one of the supervising producers on Strange Universe, Paranormal Borderline. I worked on an NBC daytime talk show called The Other Side. And we had some pretty remarkable people. And during that period, I had the honor to interview 8 former astronauts, about 30 former military officials, and including Gordon Cooper, who was really like a real hero and totally believed in UFOs because he had had 2 UFO experiences in his career. And yeah, this has been going on for a long time. And since we're telling stories, probably the most interesting interview I did was with a man named Frank Kaufman. I worked on getting Frank for 3 years, tried to get him to talk, and he wanted to watch how I handled things to make sure that it was done in a way that met his integrity. Finally, he was dying of cancer, and he was willing to tell his story. Frank was the head of the CIC, which was the Civilian Intelligence Corps. That was the forerunner before the CIA existed. And in 1947, he was stationed in Roswell, New Mexico. What many people don't know is that Roswell in 1947 had the 509th Atomic Bomb Squadron, which was actually the only atomic bomb squadron in the world. So it's not a coincidence that there was a lot of extraterrestrial activity monitoring what was going on in New Mexico, because they were doing a lot of nuclear testing, and that's where they had an atomic bomb squadron, with the idea that if something went wrong, because remember, we almost went to war with Russia several times after World War II. And the height of the Cold War was, really beginning to peak at that time. Well, anyway, Frank finally agreed to an interview and told an extraordinary story, which we validated. It was our premiere story on a show called Strange Universe. And Frank was there because he was the head of the CIC when the crash at Roswell happened on July 2nd, 1947. The original thought was that it was a Russian spy plane. So he was one of the first people out there. And of course, by the time he got there, they realized it wasn't from this earth. There were 5 beings on the craft and 4 had died, but 1 survived. And the one that did survive was taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Back then it was just called Wright Air Force Base. And apparently it lived for about a month before it died. And what's important about the Roswell event and why there's so much about it is that it took place in group consensus reality. A lot of people saw the ship. And then, of course, there was the famous cover-up that the government did, because Roswell, being a small little city, it actually made it on the radio station and made it on the news. And for 24 hours, Roswell was saying, wow, UFO crashed in our town. And then the government came swooping in, said, no, 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 it's just pieces of a weather balloon. And we all kind of know that story. But what's important, and the reason I bring this up, is that that was an event that really was significant on 2 levels. First of all, it's the reason the United States won the space race and basically won the economic war, because we were able to back or reverse engineer what we got from that craft, which gave us a huge heads up technologically. But it was also important because it was a significant event in group consensus reality that, okay, we now have atomic weapons, we are being watched more closely, and it's time for more connection. And from that point on, there's been so much more ongoing connection, many of the stories that we've heard, and I'm sure you'll hear many more stories as we go along. So just wanted to kind of add that little bit of history. And a couple more questions. Is Mark still there? Let me see if Mark is still there. He's not. So I think we're about to wrap up, but I want to acknowledge Alan and Son Lundell, who have been patiently watching, because I'm going to show an incredible video that they just spent the last few days making for us. Alan and Son are two of my favorite people. Truly, we're all part of the same star family. We've been doing video production work together, I think, what, 30 years now? Something like that?
Yeah.
I think
Son was back in the
Strange Universe days.
Yep. And they have done a wonderful job of creating this wonderful video they've done all the videos for the Saturday Night Live trailers. And so I'm really excited. I'm going to show the one that they've just created. So here we go. And let's maximum grace for Alan and Son. We sure appreciate their hard work. So here we go. Let's take a look. We are living in unprecedented times. Climate change is threatening a mass species extinction. And the global pandemic is shutting the world down in ways we might never have imagined. World leaders seem to be completely confused. And there is more division in the United States since the Civil War. Meanwhile, our options to connect in community have radically decreased. Closed restaurants, no sporting events, no dance events, no festivals, social distancing, masks when in public. These are hard times for many of us.
I have been working with ecologists and scientists who tell me that if bugs and bees and insects and bacteria and viruses disappeared from our planet, all life would cease in 5 years. If humans disappeared from our planet, all life would flourish on this planet in 5 years. So the human experiment is a very interesting experiment in evolution. It could also create heaven on earth, but it will also create extinction. This is the moment. So what's your story?
But it is also a time that we are being called upon to step up and each of us to play our roles in awakening consciousness. Yes, we are the ones we've been waiting for. And this is the time we've been preparing for.
The caterpillar that is to become the monarch butterfly is a voracious eater, and it will consume and destroy its environment before it goes into the cocoon, into the chrysalis. And if you believe that we follow the natural rhythms and patterns that nature is showing us, it's a beautiful analogy for what we have done here on planet Earth. We have consumed almost to the extent where we cannot consume much longer. But the caterpillar goes into this state where everything breaks down into chaos. If you were to look inside, it's mush. It is this thick, sticky, gooey mush that looks like total chaos from inside. But then this beautiful thing begins to happen. A few specialized cells begin to awaken before the others do. They begin to awaken and recognize that something new is possible. And they are, in fact, called in biology the imaginal cells. And it is those imaginal cells that inform all of the other cells in the sticky, gooey mush that something greater is possible, and they become the organizing principle that allows the other cells then to align following what the imaginal cells now have shared as possible. Everyone in our audience tonight, everyone tuning in, everyone on this panel, and many others that may not even know are the imaginal cells in our collective awakening.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, a dynamic, inspirational variety show captivates thousands of viewers every week. Welcome to Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. Our guests have included dozens of inspirational speakers, such as Deepak Chopra and Greg Graydon, who you just heard from. Another popular speaker who has appeared multiple times is Marianne Williamson.
you and I, are already programmed to become the highest, most creative manifestation of our potential in this life. All thought creates form. If I think with love, divine intelligence, co-create, meditate, pray, get my guidance from within, go out there to extend love, then that is what I will create in my life. We need to get going. We need to recreate the world in which we live.
Each show provides 2 or 3 musical performers.
I know we're gonna be about freedom, 'cause it belongs to all of us. Thank you.
Each have many different musical styles, but all of which are inspirational.
Keep on keeping on, Mahatma Gandhi. Keep on keeping on, he keeps on keeping on. Love in your light keeps on keeping on. Martin Luther King, keep on keeping on. Ooh, keep on keeping on. Your love and your light keeps on keeping on.
Even Olaks from Siberia, currently finalists on America's Got Talent. We also offer creative expressions such as magic.
Here we go. Let's count to 3. Everybody, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Solved. Yes.
And even a popular ventriloquist.
Trees are green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Each show has a specific theme, often correlating with what's happening in our world, such as Earth Day and environmental sustainability.
In a deep, primordial part of ourselves, many of us have been waiting for something like this to happen. Someone or something powerful and sacred enough had to intervene in order to stop the destruction of the sources of life. The earth herself has now done so. Viruses are made by the earth.
Or honoring Black voices as we respect that all Black lives matter.
You are love. And that love you have inside you cannot be denied. No one can deny the present power of God that exists in you. No one. The sun bows down to that power. It shines for you. The universe was made for you. And I have to remind myself, so I'm talking to you, but I'm talking to me. Because in the end, God is my source. That's for real. Thank you.
We also raise money to support individuals in need. And we've supported over a dozen community organizations that provide valuable and important services. Every show also has a moment where a global leader offers a meditation, and we all come together in consciousness.
And in this moment, we are ready to begin again. And we pray for a great wave of forgiveness and purification to come upon all our minds and all our hearts. As we now gaze into a different and possible future in which all are fed, all are nurtured, and all are loved.
Like the imaginal cells coming together to create a butterfly, there are many organizations that collaborate to make this show happen. Our producing partners include Harmony Online, the Love Coach Academy, the New Living Expo, the Conscious Life Expo, Teresa Collins' Global Coherence, and Jay Mayer's Light Touch. Our streaming partners also continue to grow. We currently are partnering with Unify, New Realities TV, Awake TV, and the Sign Network. So on behalf of my producing partner, Debra, I am Love Coach Scott Catamas, and I'm inviting you to join us every week for Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe.
I'm there. We are all one. So let's go there. Let's be there. And then let's stay there so that our whole life can be the conversation with God.
Yay, Ellen and Son, we love you guys so much. There they are.
Love you guys too.
Yeah, it's really fun working on that. And it really inspires me to see the amazing minds and beings and spirit that we all share with each other. Anything is possible. I think a true renaissance can happen. And boy, is it just in time, because we're getting these new tools that allow biogenetic engineering and designer viruses that could take us all out very quickly. And at the same time, we can ascend to the stars. So which will it be? You know, how will we succeed? I think we're doing what we need to do. We all get together like the imaginal cells that Greg Braden was talking about, and do our thing, and it'll unfold. And we're very pleased to be part of it. And thank you, Scott, for helping pull all of us together.
Yeah. It's amazing. Isn't it something how this whole thing has grown? I mean, it started as a fundraising, a little fundraiser for Fan Tuesday with maybe 100 people watching.
Yeah,
here we are.
Amazing, huh?
It's incredible.
It's
Hey,
just,
and Debra Guisti's back.
I'm back.
All right.
Thank you, Ellen and Son. Beautiful.
Thank you, Deborah.
Yeah.
The mothering of this effort is such a gift to the world. It has so uplifted my soul throughout this whole period, and I really feel it's foundational and helping those who are ready to hold on to the light and create that resonant field that's going to lift us all. Thank you so much.
It's like what we did with Harmony. This is just Harmony 2.0.
Yeah, carrying into the bigger world now.
Yeah,
the lessons have been learned.
Yeah, as we meet our ancestors and our new light body relations. It's just a fantastic time.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again, Ellen and Son. Love you guys so much.
Oh,
We're going to
thank
keep
you,
you busy as we keep growing and expanding. So, every month or so, we'll need a new one.
New amazing things will unfold, no doubt.
You know what's amazing?
New inventions. And we've been looking at the virus really intensely on our Dr. Future show.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we just found out some interesting information. I'll pass on to you. It's a final moment that all viruses are usually either helical or icosahedral or spherical in design. And what's interesting about this virus is that it's all three. It's all three at once. And with all the knowledge that we're getting in from this cosmic sources, what is this telling us? Why is it so complex? Why is it, more than the other viruses in design? And, is there an ET element to this, or is it man-made? I'd be kind of
see what our higher sources can reveal about this.
Yeah, that is
So,
interesting. And you know, I think thank you for sharing that. And I think it's just one more example that, you know, this virus has a beautiful intention. And we need to find that balance of let me put the spotlight on myself for a moment there. You know, finding that balance of not getting lost down the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and trying to figure it all out. But what if we just accept, okay, this virus has an intention, and whether it's man-made or earth-made, it is an opportunity for us to all slow down, go within, prioritize, stop the crazy, insane expansion that we were on. That was absolutely, we were in a car heading for a cliff. And thank God, somehow the brakes to the car went on because we weren't putting the brakes on. We've been talking about what needs to be done for a long time, and we were not putting on the brakes. So the virus is putting on the brakes, and what a blessing that is.
Yeah, thank you, Scott, for seeing the perfection of it.
Trust the perfection.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's all for us. It's all helping us.
Absolutely. And, you know, there's room for us to have compassion for people that are suffering. You know, obviously there's a lot of people suffering economically, health-wise, the people who've died. So we don't do a spiritual bypass of la-di-da, everything's wonderful, but everything's perfect. Even the hard stuff, we have compassion while acknowledging the perfection and being humble and being grateful that we are healthy, being grateful that we do have the freedom that we do, being grateful that we can come together, these little imaginal cells that we all are. Be grateful for that. You know what? There are 162 imaginal cells still in our Zoom room at 10:45. We started 5 hours ago, and we still got 162 people in the Zoom room. We've got 26 people on the Love Coach Academy Facebook page, and God knows how many other people on the other pages we can't track. It's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. Hey, I promised Debra Haviland, I want to show real quickly, let me pull it up again. Debra is starting a show on Love Coach Academy, and it's going to be on Sundays at 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Western Pacific time. So just want to mention that. It's going to start, I'm imagining, probably a week from tomorrow, I would guess. And while I'm actually showing things, I might as well mention briefly about Love Coach Academy. Love Coach Academy is my organization. I started it when my wife passed away in honor of her. And I'm really proud. We've got right now 24 love coaches that have all been trained through me and all bring their own gifts, their own talents. And we've been doing 2 or 3 webinars every day. So if you're interested in all that we're doing, and this show is part of the Love Coach Academy series, it's our kind of big show in collaboration with Debra. But go to lovecoachacademy.com, click on events, and you can see all the different shows that we're doing. And every day we've got 2 or 3 webinars, everything from recovery talk, Fantuzzi concerts, empathy support groups, self-love show. I think Trish is still watching right now. She's amazing. Couples coaching with Paul Sterling, my show, interviews with extraordinary people. And then Trish and I have our late night talk show on Friday nights. Of course, Saturday, this is the big show that we put so much energy into. Sundays, you know, I do a show every morning, Sunday morning at 10 o'clock in the morning, all about how to make the day sacred. And Paul Sterling has his show, and Mandy, the Street Angel, is launching her show tomorrow night. So definitely come to Love Coach Academy. They're all free webinars. These are all free for you. So check it out. All right. We are going to wrap it up. I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Debra, to see if she has any final words of wisdom or love.
Total love. This is what this show is about, is connecting us in love, reminding us we're connected in love, and reminding us what we came here to do and the consciousness we're meant to bring in. So it's always so amazing at the end here to accomplish all that we have together. And again, just so much love and appreciation.
Beautiful. And I want to thank the people that are still on panel. There's Christy Michaels. There's Debra Haviland all the way in Florida, where it's got to be like 2 o'clock in the morning or some ridiculous thing. And there's Willard. I have
Thank
no
you,
idea
Scott.
what time is it in Bangkok, Willard? What time is it there?
It is, let's see, 10 minutes to 1 in the afternoon.
Oh, good. All right. Well, that's reasonable. Alan and Son in Boulder Creek at their incredible virtual world studios where all the magic happens. And I'm Love Coach Scott Catamas up in Lake County, the northern part of the wine country, saying thank you for watching. Thank you for lasting with us all this time. We certainly set a new record.
We're having a Harmonic Convergence watch party here at the beach house next Tuesday night on the beach. So I'll just put it out to our friends who are here listening.
Local Santa Cruz.
We're joining the
aliens.
Yeah, we're joining the Harmonic Convergence and hosting
Love to
here
come.
at the beach.
Wow.
Kind of a big hop for me.
Oh my gosh, I have so many wonderful memories of times with you guys at the beach house.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
it's still here.
Guys, we'll see you again on the 14th for sure.
Oh,
yeah, hey,
great.
Danny, are you going to join them?
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think I'm on the show on the 14th, I think.
Great, fantastic. All right, you
Yeah.
guys, I'm gonna have a glass of wine and a little bit of dinner and take my dogs for a walk. They've been very patient.
All right.
Dogs are out.
Jim and his beloved, they've been with us the whole time too. So thank you. I've been watching you dancing and smiling and moving to the things. And thank you for giving us the astrology lesson. God bless you both. You've been real loyal fans for our show. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, you guys.
Time to go.
Take care. We love you.
Kenny. I love you.
Go out and look up. Look up. Keep your eyes on the sky.
That's
Definitely.
exactly right, Danny.
Right.
Let's all look up to the sky.
Okay.
Great
Good night,
time.
everybody.